wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Happy NVIDIA earnings day for all that celebrate. This is, we got Jane here. Hey, what's going on? Oh, you got the EV Mux bug. You're going to have to go do the turn off and back on. But yeah, so going to be talking a lot about NVIDIA. I actually have a little presentation to show as well. I gathered the last 20 years of NVIDIA earnings reports and, got some statistics about potentially what could happen. And obviously not only important for NVIDIA as a whole, important for the semiconductors, which right now are the things driving the market and, pushing things higher. So that's important as well. So, this is a pretty big day. We got you there, Jane, I think. How's it going?
Awesome.
Excited?
And yes, I have to tell you, you literally look like a talking head today with a black background. It's like a floating head.
Hold on. Let me change. Where should I be? There we go. Here, I'm in the office now.
Awesome.
There, is that better?
Love the NVIDIA. Yeah, the charts. I'm seeing green skies. How many charts in the semiconductor space look exactly the same as NVIDIA? If you look at Intel today, if you look at AAOI, if you look at Tesla, at all of these, Mag 7, we all have that same bull flag type move. And it's so exciting.
Well, the Qs too, right? Same kind of, to a lesser degree. But yeah, and I think, and this is something, we talked a little bit about yesterday, and I went over with Jesse. And again, once the market calms down a bit, I'll do my presentation on. But, there goes Jane.
I'm here. But apparently it's just visual.
See, you're not even a floating head, right? You're just nothing. We'll get it figured out. Yeah, I think what's happening, and the presentation will show us this as well, is that there's a history of NVIDIA gapping up and then fading, and then gapping up and fading. And you really only have to look at, the last few times here. I'll see if I can actually just think them into existence, but no, I'll grab the chart that notes the earnings that I have here. Right here. If we go NVIDIA, one day, and I think this has kind of got everyone spooked. Now, first of all, these arrows on the bottom of TradingView just kind of tell whether they meet or missed earnings. A lot of green, all green. So it's like they always beat earnings, but is that really a good thing? So right here, NVIDIA kind of didn't move at all and then tanked all day. Then if we go back to the next one, this is the one where it gapped up like 3 or 4% and then tanked all day to close red. Right? And on this one, it opened up about flat and then tanked over the next couple of days. And then we go back to this one and it gapped up and then it tanked the next couple of days. And then we go back to this one. This one gapped up right here and then tanked all day. So it has this like very pronounced history of kind of really getting people. This one I think closed flat, but it still gapped up and then closed flat. So I think that's got the market a little bit spooked, right? If everyone has this like PTSD of NVIDIA earnings, even though you can see on every single one of those reports, they beat analyst estimates. They made more money than analysts thought. It does this kind of gap and crap. Now, me being the contrarian jerk that I am, I'm instantly thinking, if we gap down tomorrow, I am just loading the boat buying NVIDIA, because if everybody is used to it tanking after earnings, I want to be the other side of that. I don't want to be the side with it. But in the last bunch that I could find, it was this gap and crap over and over and over again. So I'm wondering if that's why we're pulling back a little bit here, because people are just, they're conditioned to, okay, NVIDIA's earnings are going to come out. That's going to be not great for the market as a whole. If you go back on a lot of those same days and you look at what happened on the SPY, well, NVIDIA is the largest component of the SPY. If it goes down semiconductors go down, the market goes down. So if that's going to, again, continue to be the case, then I just think the market's a little bit spooked right now. And it doesn't seem like it matters if they're going to beat or not, because they beat on all those times. It's more the vibes, I guess, if like market participants are having a good day or not. So I think maybe that's the pullback we're getting in semis today, is people kind of front running the, oh yeah, things generally don't end well in the Nvidia front.
Are you there? Oh, yeah, you're good.
I'm here. Yeah.
The pause, it made me think, we lost you as well. So I've also, you know me, I'm looking at that bigger money levels, the shelves, all of that. I don't know if you can grab my screen. I've got the big money levels. There we go. Where you can see, I pulled it to 5 million shares over the past year, right? Because I want to know where those really big trades are located. Well, we can see recently we had 6 million sold on the 15th at 225.32. We had 6.2 million, yesterday. So maybe they shorted at 225, bought back at 220. So my premise, right, I'm going to say, hey, if we close above this level, if we close above 225, we have nothing but the big money below us. So it's likely heading all the way up to the 275 area. If we close below 220, there's a good chance we could be coming back down to that 177 zone. So I don't know if you want to look at this for your options premium ideas, because if we close below, you could see that there's a good chance that we could just fill this sort of big money gap down here. I did 5 million, but we can make it smaller. Let's do 2.5 million. See if it changes.
I'm actually asking Perplexity right now what the expected move is for Nvidia's, because it's funny if that lines up at all with your numbers. That just makes perfect sense to me, right? Because that's just what the market as a whole, a lot of people say market makers, but it's just what the market as a whole has decided. This is what we expect Nvidia to move, and it's about 6%. So that implies 206 to the downside and 236 to the upside. So I don't think perfectly lining up.
Right. Well, I'm talking about, bigger targets if you wanted.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to look at that, I would say, hey, yeah, if we're looking at 50 points down, let's add 50 points to the upside, right? Yeah. Let's keep it even. That if they're going to pull it back this much, there's also the potential for them to rip it this much. If you were to do a butterfly, say 6 months out, then you have a pretty good likelihood of hitting that one way or the other.
My game plan with these, the thing I like about them, and I don't know if it's like I'm getting TikTok brained or whatever, it's like the immediate gratification of, you buy the options open up literally the next day and they're like half the value. So, right. Unless there's some sort of huge move. Now, what I'm thinking of doing next quarter, and I'll do it again with you guys here, is just picking a side. So, right, a butterfly, or I think it's a butterfly, not a condor, is right. You're selling a call spread and a put spread. The idea is that if it doesn't move, but it doesn't move very much, but volatility shrinks, then the price of those decrease. The one that is out of the money decreases more than the one that's in the money, kind of thing. And you make a few bucks by doing it. And like I talked about, it's a penny in front of the steamroller strategy. 8% of the time, you're going to make money, and then every now and then you're just going to get completely taken to the woodshed, and that's going to be okay. What I think is, like, if I could get any edge at all. So, just looking at history, for example. So Nvidia usually gaps up after earnings. Mm-hmm. Then it falls apart. So, and then I'm looking at the chart, and we talked about all these kind of bull flags looking on semi. If we have a flat to down day today, I might just put on the bullish put spread, which essentially is making a bet, and I might do it, at that 205 area. So basically saying if by the end of the week it closes above 205, I make full profit. If it closes below 205, I'm going to make some amount of loss, maybe, depending on how much I can get for the spread. It will probably actually be a break even closer to 200. And just make these kind of directional, take the same idea of I'm hunting for the premium and volatility crush, but I'm just going to put a little bit of directional flair on it. And I'm doing it with spreads, even though spreads are suboptimal. You're making less money when you're right, but you're capping your downside. If Nvidia went to like 150 or something, at least I know I'm going to make more. I'm going to make way less when I'm right than I would lose when I'm wrong. If I'm risking $2,000, I'm going to try to make like $500 to $1,000. And every now and then I'm going to lose that full $2,000. But it helps me sleep at night, just having that other kind of lag in there where I can go, okay, if it gaps down, I take the full loss. I go, oh, that sucks. And, I just kind of move on. But I think that's my game plan. I don't know if I have any edge in predicting what's going to happen on earnings, but as long as I was 50-50 or even 51% over the long run, if I'm going to do this, it's going to make sense because I just like the premise because it's just way different from anything that I do currently. And like I talk about all the time, the whole goal is, and one of the reasons I love Trade the Pool, is uncorrelated edges are everything. Just absolutely everything. The most important thing you can do in your trading is stack as many uncorrelated edges as you can. And Trade the Pool allows you to say, okay, I get to implement an edge with someone else's money that's like as uncorrelated to your money as you can kind of get. So that's what I'm looking at with that one.
I also wanted to see, what does your almanac say for NVIDIA's seasonality? Because I've got it up here that seasonality at this point in time pretty much shows that we go from roughly 15% up to 20%, I'd say in the next month. So up 5%, which kind of goes right in line with that 3% from Perplexity, giving us a target. And I think what's cool, if we can get that link, we've got the competition going for NVIDIA for the live stream tonight, right? So we've got a party happening at 3:30 with all of the traders. So make sure you guys join in. I'm even going to be there. Usually not there for those evening streams. So check it out. Definitely participate. It is going to be our biggest potential winning Trade the Pool account. So make sure that you enter your target as well.
So a couple things. So it doesn't actually mention NVIDIA as a whole, right? Just because NVIDIA really only mattered to the market, like 5 years ago. But just, some things to note is mixed the day before Memorial Day, last 26 years, 13 up and 13 down. So there's nothing there. But the day after Memorial Day is 23 up of the last 39. So an incredibly bullish day there for Memorial Day and Memorial Week. So I think that's maybe you guys are, fill a beer and.
I mean, to me, that's like everybody's talking about different stock picks on the weekend. And so all this money comes rushing in after the long holiday week. And so it's a scenario where everybody's hearing from their buddies, hey, let's get into this. And it drives the market up.
Well, however, right, the one kind of buzzkill I will give is this chart. I showed a little bit yesterday, but I actually forgot to come back to later. And this is the seasonality of stocks specifically in the midterm year, specifically in the midterm year, going all the way back to 1962, and that's between May and October, because I'll find the whole chart, but generally speaking, you get a little bit of dip off the opening of the year in a midterm year, and then you have a rally into the end of tax season, which, April, May, that kind of thing. And then it dips back down until midterm. And that's why, I've been in this camp that we're going to be choppy. This is, if we end up chopping, this is incredibly volatile chop from being down 10 to up 10 to whatever. But you can see there's only one in that period of time. There was only one green year from May until October in midterm election years.
What year is it? I can't see very well.
1982 was the last one.
And what else happened in 1980s?
Well, that's what I think. If you looked at it, this is probably a recovery from the great financial collapse, right? So this is probably what's happening is that it was already on the upswing, right, from the 1980 depression. So it might have just been that, the 80s were good anyway. Some of these are pretty nasty, right? 1998 and 2002 are pretty nasty, but it's good to put these in context, right? The whole market cratered in that period of time. And then if you look at, 2022 was the last one. We were down 19%. Some of them are 5 or 6%. So if you look at the ones that are single digits here, like 5%, that wouldn't be too bad. What up, Mitch? Uh-oh.
What's going on, guys?
Slideshow, Mitch?
80s?
Are we better?
Apple
Am I better? Can you hear me?
and Microsoft.
No,
Yes,
you're
you're good. We can hear you.
Oh my God, no gremlins. I think
You're
I
back,
might have
man.
solved
Don't
the
curse
issue.
yourself. Don't curse yourself there.
No. I am the type. It's like coding, right? You either fixed it or you didn't. You know what I mean? So we'll find out. Right? The truth be told, right? So I made some adjustments, like we need to do in trading, right? I went back to the plan, looked at the journal, and adjusted the system. And we're ready to rock today, baby. It's NVIDIA day. Who's ready to party? Who's ready to get after it? Because will we get ourselves a little bit of a trade into the market? What are you guys talking about here? I know I haven't been all caught up here. So what's going on, guys? What are you guys focusing on? And then, of course, we can take a look into the sunrise.
If we close above 225, I am a bull on NVIDIA going into earnings. That's the level for me, 225.
Bull indeed. We'll see what happens, right? I mean, it's going to be definitely a tell sign to see what happens. I mean, we have had a little bit of a rotation to some value names in the last, let's say, day or two. Can that hold in, or will we get ourselves another push, right? Was that just rotation as we just kind of pushed higher, right? We'll be seeing, I guess, today what happens. Any big story on your guys' radar? If not, I can kind of take the show and we could talk about some of the stories out there in the market today.
Yeah, I think the NVIDIA, obviously, very important thing we need to focus on. Also, there is Fed nonsense coming out, so we have to. I don't think anyone cares to be blunt, but I mean,
there's going to be at least a watch, right? Just the talk. Right,
there'll be some movement, but it's Jay Powell's last hurrah.
That's
right?
it. I don't think,
and it's the minutes of it.
Going to be that much. Yeah.
So we already know what he said, right, and all that kind of stuff. We know what the decision was. So it's just like it will be see something.
The dissent, right? That's what you. That's what's going to be talked about, right? The dissent. Right. How many votes were towards cutting? How many votes were towards maybe raising? Oh, and there's the camera. You see, the gremlins got me. The camera.
That happened to me too. I had that happen.
We'll restart it.
Yeah, so I think, like, if the main show is NVIDIA, we do have to remember we have this, like, opening act of FOMC. I don't think it's the thing that people really are interested to see in the marketplace. But we just got to know that it's there, right? And it does exist. So make sure you're paying attention to. So, and I just want to say that we should talk about this. I'm getting my stuff sorted out because I think you're trading against me and Mitch. I thought it was Steve. We were making all these jokes about Steve, but we're gonna do a one-on-one trading challenge. So one viewer will be randomly selected to compete against our hosts for a chance to win a $25,000 Flex Eval account. So I don't know what I'm going to trade. What I'll probably do is I've got the bot in the corner of the screen. Is whatever the bot takes, I'll probably just come over here and take bigger and badder, because I think we get a $200,000 account and we're like trading for minutes. So I'll just look at the open positions of the bot and just really kind of YOLO into something. But it'll be fun, right? These things are. I always like really enjoy trading competitions because it's a good way to not take it seriously. Like, you're never going to trade a competition the way you would like your real money. You're just right. It's a gamble, right? You're taking a shot. You're hoping you've got some edge in your favor, and you're swinging for the fences. So, so make sure you register, right?
Yeah, and I was on with the Fivers yesterday on that. They were doing trading challenges, 10 minutes, and the thing that is most unnatural about a trading challenge in 10 minutes is you're somewhat forcing a trade. You are looking at a chart and you're like, I need to have a trade on, which is the most unnatural feeling because you, as a trader, want to be patient to get into that trade. So it's sort of like, okay, I'm going to go with what I see the best option at this time, and I just need to manage the trade. Basically, it's managing the trade aspect instead of waiting for the trade.
Yeah, and that's the whole point where you have to, like we did when we were at the conference we were in Florida. Yeah, we did the like 10 seconds or 30-second competitions where people would just come up to the booth and we put them kind of head to head against each other. And it was the same thing. You grabbed your high-low list. You looked at the thing that was up the most of the day, the down the most of the day, and you just looked at the chart and you just put the whole account into it, you pick a direction, and then 30 seconds later you're either up or down. Again, not like you would ever trade, but it's kind of like it's permission to have fun with something that is normally, hopefully for you, a very serious endeavor, right? When we're trading, it's supposed to be, you've do your journal, you crunch the numbers, you got the math, you've done all this stuff. It's good to just be able to let loose and have a little fun, right?
I will say we also have Lowe's with earnings today. We had Home Depot with earnings yesterday. Yep. And Lowe's has nothing but everything, all the sales above it, right? And Home Depot is similar as well. So I'm showing for Lowe's 214 is really where they are right now on that chart for today. And if we look at Home Depot, 302.45. So those two levels that right now they have, well, we're back up, 216.50. So, but everything above it is above it as far as all of the past earning seasons, all of the bigger money is up above. And are we going to be able to reclaim and move higher? I'm just double checking the level, see if they moved it around for us. We've got it at 213.95. Yes, I'm going to pop that on over here from earnings. 213.95 is the area to watch. So maybe we're going to have a retracement back up and then a fade. But if we go below, that is an important level to watch, in my opinion. We could fill the gap up, but I'm loving semis today. And usually you guys don't hear me say that, but I love those setups on all of the semiconductors. It's just, and AAOI from yesterday, I was watching that. It hit the 33 on my 24-hour chart. And that's just, it's beautiful, beautiful chart. There's so many potentials, I think, for this to move to the upside and move up, back up all the way to 240, 260.
I did take a little YOLO in Home Depot yesterday. I just really liked that reversal candle. The fact that, right, everything was looking awful, right, and it gapped down and the thing's in a horrible downtrend. And then on a large body and a lot of volume, it just completely reversed. So anyone who had shorted into it got just slapped like really, really quickly. And I love these setups. Same thing I did with HIMS, the same thing I did with what IVG and software as a whole. It's just you're looking for that kind of last gasp that gets reversed entirely, where everyone was like, man, Home Depot looks like crap. And then it just, runs the short. So the trade plan here, for anyone who's interested, it's like brutally simple at this point, is, we have the low of today or low of yesterday. And I'm just leaning against that price. If we end up rolling over and break that, okay, it's time to go. For profit targets on this one's been kind of beat up for a long time. So we could get in like the 350s at some point, fairly simply. I'll be pretty quick because I'm counter trend trading. I'll be pretty quick to take half off the table. I always trade these things because the stop is so tight. I always put a ton of money into them with the knowledge that, a couple good up days, I'll just be pulling half that off. And then I just keep the stop in. So like my IVG, I'm now a software investor, because it was the same thing. You had that down move that was under support, quickly reversed, and then you had about a week of it ripping higher. I took half profits into that, and then now I just own. And this is a way that I'm more and more like building a portfolio, not so much like a trading plan, but just building a portfolio of names that have just gotten crushed and taking half off quickly. And then if it rolls over at some point, that's fine. Who cares? I've gotten some money out of it. And if it keeps going, then it's just now part of this portfolio that I've been building, doing this one specific undercut and rally or liquidity grab or whatever the kids call it today. They were bear traps back in my day. It might be different now.
302.45. I don't know if you saw that, is that level that I'm watching since earnings for Home Depot. So if we head back down lower, just for what it's worth, that's what I'm seeing for now. How about you, Mitch? What do you have on your radar?
Looking to see what happens in the software space, of course. Going to continue to watch that, but playing around with a little bit of the charting. I saw you guys with like different watermarks. I'm trying the logo. Have you seen the logo on it? You can put the logo on
I
it.
haven't.
Check it out. Look,
that's
logo.
cool.
Right? Yeah.
I had because we're supposed to be getting a new account for this challenge, but that's not working for me. So I'm playing around here. So what you guys are seeing is like a temporary account while I play around. Oh, there it is.
Right.
Okay, so
I like the logo.
I think but it only works for companies. If you got an ETF, not going to work.
Let's see.
Well, does it put the company
that
did its logo?
Spider.
Yeah.
The spider, but that if you go to like XLF, what does it have for XLF? State Street. State Street.
Well,
Big.
Not the worst. Not the worst. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. I could go back to the regular watermark. What do you guys think in the chat? Let us know. What do you guys want? Symbol and description. How do you guys like it?
Symbol and description, I think, is the king here. So, Mitch, you should have, I think, I'm talking to Carlo here, but you should have another account in your drop down there for this competition.
All right, let's find it here.
I didn't know that we are competing, but I guess we are.
You and I?
I not with each other, but I guess somebody is going to be randomly picked from chat. So make sure you've got your hub account and everything going.
One. I knew that.
And
one.
we're just gonna be trading. We're gonna be trading against them.
To open. Also, for what it's worth,
another account. So
I've got mixed signals on my inverse indicators. So long SPY and Dow, just barely short Qs and the Russell. So to me, it feels like really that dip buying opportunity where they just took it down this week and they want to just rip it higher. Middle of the week, Wednesday into Thursday, bulk of the move. Today, I think we're going to see bigger moving. I think we're going to see a bigger directional move today with lots of potential for making profits.
If it helps much, I had to restart Trader Evolution for it to pop in there. It's like it was there, but it wouldn't like select until I did that. But I'm seeing oil down, so we have oil down a little bit. 2%,
US
2.5%.
Well, we are still well above, and it's still showing that it's, to me, bullish on all of the oil stocks that I checked out today. So it's potentially a buy the dip. We have the war that potentially restarted. Is that going to drive it up? I think we're going to see that there is a shortage potentially. It doesn't really matter what the numbers are. It matters what the traders are doing. But we've got a nice...
Have we restarted now? Is the will they, won't they continue?
The ascending, look at that. That's like beautiful on your chart right there.
Yeah, no, it's a great looking triangle. These are, again, great trades. We know most will fail, but they just make for really great risk reward and high probability setups, because if you're right, it rips. If not, she's out. So
All right, guys, like always, let's talk about what's the biggest thing going on today, of course, is this one-on-one battle. So don't miss it, guys. We got a couple minutes left still for this. So you want to sign up, and I want to make sure that everyone signed up on the forum. The forum should be there in the description below. So take a second. I know that you guys are getting into your trading action. I'm sorry that I didn't do this before the bell, but take a second, please. Sign up right now for the one-on-one battle. If you want to battle Michael, you want to battle myself, get out there, go sign up right now. It will take you no longer than, if it takes you 5 minutes, I think we got to talk. So.
And what time are you guys doing the battle? 10 o'clock?
Yeah, at 10 o'clock. I think we're starting at 10 o'clock. There's 2 slots, right? There's going to be 2 battles. There's going to be one battle against myself and then one battle against Michael.
Well, let's hope, because as of now, I'm looking down. So what you guys are seeing is going to be the battle account, and I'm looking down below to see if there's actually any trades triggered, because I don't know what to trade. So I'm just going to trade whatever the bot has up here. So
I got it up already. I got the account. I'm ready to rock.
Poet is also, Poet is up today. I'm showing the bigger money it's active today. 1833, so they sold way back when it ripped higher, so that looks like a potential fade to me, just for what it's worth for you guys. Selling on the pops on that one.
I'm gonna really test my system. I'm gonna do everything I used to do.
He said he's going to test his system, man. It can barely hold together in the best of days. he's gonna crank it to 11.
I mean, dude, I have like now I calculated it. It's like a $5,000 machine. So I mean, I don't think there's there's not many retail traders that have a $5,000 machine, and that's $5,000 built, not $5,000 bought. $5,000 bought. I'll tell you right now, this computer probably costs you now $7,000 to $8,000 if you buy it from Dell or somewhere else there. So
taking a short robots in a VUZI, whatever VUZI is, VUZI. Oh wow, yeah, because that's gone from $2 to $4 in pretty decent straight line here. So we have to, so that's the bot taking a short there. I feel like if I'm giving you the trades and the stuff that I'm in, then when it's time to compete, you're already going to know kind of what I'm going to do. Because the game plan is I'm going to mirror the bot. I'm going to let the bot decide the best I can, except with extreme YOLOing. Because remember, we're using a $200,000 account. We got 10 minutes.
Intel ripping, Marvell ripping, AMD pushing, Micron pushing, STX up. My AI scanner is pretty much all green except one ticker. That's a telling sign right there for you guys. 3 minutes.
Snowman wants to battle me. Snowman, I'm usually out by 10.
So Nvidia,
Marvell, the
again,
strongest name holding in the semis. Just got to mention that chart because everyone's looking at weak charts. Look at Marvell's chart. There's no sense of weakness on that chart. That's the strongest chart in the market right now.
So with again, I do have this Nvidia presentation. If we have time after our contest to squeeze in, it is as nerdy as you could possibly get, because it is just it's mine. So of course we've got like spaghetti charts and confidence intervals and all that kind of stuff. But I'll try to make it digestible, because I think it's just important to remove yourself from the day-to-day of some of these things and just try to look at the data as a whole. Whatever GC,
what a ride on Intel already.
Yes.
Intel ripping.
GCTS.
Google is gonna be AI leader, dude. Look at the rip on Google today. They announced yesterday more AI products. I was telling you guys they were pushing the updates. They were going extreme on the updates. Well, Google at 394 almost already. That thing wants 400.
The mags are looking beautiful too. Just looking at the chart, looks just like Nvidia. I mean, it's all the same chart pattern. That nice bull fly potential.
You're
Yeah,
getting
I
a
don't
nice
think.
break right back in the semiconductor equipment names, also LRCRX, ASML. So AI trade back on, put that value trade back in the back seat because it's not doing it today. Independent power producers bouncing back, CEG on my radar.
I don't think the powers that be are ready for last. We know when I did my COT data on Monday, I showed you guys that the large institutions that they sold futures, they shorted more of the S&P 500. But I agree with Jaden there that it all looks like one giant bull flag. So unless Nvidia really spooks the market, like it has, like we went through and showed that it certainly can, but unless it really spooks the market, I'm like, I don't know. I think that there could be a face ripper rally now that we know that, right, the large speculators are short. If this bull flag goes and we're just right back to all-time highs and everyone took a short into it, good luck. They're gonna have a hard time.
And that's when the irrationality of the market steps in, when you have so many shorts and they keep shorting and they get stubborn. And we just saw last week that there was a hedge fund that went under. So now is that going to continue? Are they going to just become super stubborn with their egos and no, it must go down, and then they actually go down?
That's what happened in 2025. Is that right? We were tracking
AVGO,
the COT data throughout 2025, and they continued to short on the way up. And I'm like, this is not going to end well for them. It's going to end great for me because I'm long stocks. It's going to end poorly for them. And Crow's talking about MWC. This one is insane. I was looking at this morning, from $5 to $25, all the way back to $6, and now it's at 13. So these is just 4x return, and then loses like 90% of its value, and now it's like tripled. It's just like these are just nuts. Again, the only trade that I've got on still is this Woozy, so this might be the thing that I have to trade for the contest. It's the only one that's triggered. Again, we're short up there at, usually you just see it on the chart, 450. And the reason is just like, look at this. This is just nuts. So, we're trying to get that one pullback day, and that's the only thing we're trying to do with these kind of mean reversion type plays. Is you can have your doubling from the lows and your 4 massive up candles in a row, and just give me one little pullback. I'll make my money there, and I'll tip my hat to you, sir, and be on my way.
I've got Baker Hughes showing up on my shorter term day trade scanner. Has a nice potential up above 66.80 there for that to have a grind higher. Above 67.03, clear skies till 68.50.
Independent power producers being a name.
We lost you. Are you playing hide and go seek again, Mitch?
I am. Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
Are you the man behind, the voice behind?
Just if it's just the camera, just put a picture up of like you giving like a happy thumbs up, and we'll slap that up there, and there you go. That's Mitch for the day.
Yeah.
No offense to my boy Mitch, but if I always say, if people tune in to really look at my face too hard, you're doing the wrong thing. No one tunes in to see my handsome mug smiling at them. We'll show some charts and be fine. Another trade just popped through here. Again, usually you guys can just see this in the corner of my screen, but this is Keys, whatever Keys is. Keys. So this was a little dip and then a rip back through there on Keys. Gotta set some alerts here. Something else I'm watching.
Yeah, you gotta get yourself set up for 10 o'clock.
There we go. Yeah, I'm making sure that everything's good to go there. I think it will be. I think I'm going to be good to go. I haven't tried to take a trade because I don't want to cheat, but I should probably try to take a trade just to see.
So NVIDIA is testing that 220 level, and we have pivot for today at 221. So this might be that optimal sort of entry for potential move up. We've pulled back from the rip higher. I'm showing they sold at 222 though, so I wouldn't enter just yet until that readjusts, and they 221.81. They just dropped it down. So let's see if we are able to reclaim 221.81 over here on Nvidia for a rip up above 225 today. It's like the options expiration. Do we have quad witching this month? No, it's just monthly expirations, I think.
See, one thing I love about the Trader's Almanac is it always actually puts a little picture of the witch and how many witches there are.
221.11 is their level. So we are above their bigger money level now for open.
Yeah, no witches on the page, so probably just a normal expiry day. That would be June, right? Would be because it'd be the end of the quarter.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know how this works. But
how about
this is why. Well, eventually we're just all in 0 DT anyway, so I think a lot of this gets less and less, whatever. But MWC, these guys, I know are trading this. Did it unhalt yet? Yeah, unhalted, and down she goes just a bit. Again, crazy volatility on this one, and halted again. So there you go. So it was open for like 5 seconds there. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves.
It's still active, still good, still going.
Oh.
So actually, there's no major expirations this week. It was last Friday, and on the 19th is the quad witching.
Oh, okay. Yeah, quad witching. Do they still do 4 witches? Because one of the witches was single stock futures, right? Do we still do single stock futures?
I think so.
Okay. I don't know.
There you go. I gave you that link.
Josh just popped in to say hi. And he's in MWC at $10 before the open. Good for you, bud. That's a nice, 30% gain in a few minutes. Can't complain about that. Just taking a look here at the SPY. The first 2 opening candles were bearish, and then we have dug in just a little bit and starting to push from here. Important to note, and this is why there's not a lot of trades for me out there, is yes, things look good, but we are inside yesterday's range still. And something tells me we may be in there until FOMC, we may be in there till a little bit after FOMC, but we're inside yesterday's range, and I just have the style of trading I do anyway for the market maker kind of stuff is simply, if we're inside yesterday's range, don't do much, right? Because I'm looking for overextended to the upside and overextended to the downside to take, the other side of those trades. And when the market is inside, then there's really nothing that is overextended to look at. So that's why I'm might not be as checked up as people think.
I've also got 2 more that showed up on my scanner for potentials. GSAT as well right here. GSAT. Yep.
Oh,
so I have a crossover. I have a crossover on EMAs on a 5-minute chart. So it'll show me, it automatically scans for me.
That's a buyout, I think. Yep. Let me look at that for you. I think that's a buyout.
And COO, Global Star Revenue. No, I don't think so. COO, copper companies. Just popped up.
AMD looking great today, guys.
Yeah, GSAT proposed merger with Amazon. So just FYI, just be careful. She's probably not going to move that much.
They are
merging with the old
satellite. Yeah,
merging with the Amazons. Again, when you hear screams, they're being attended to. They're being fed. I got to take. Oh man, it's heartbreaking. I got to take her to get a blood drawn today.
Yes.
2-year-old, and of course, Dad has got to be the bad guy.
Just bring a toy with you. Just go and pick up a little squishy or whatever. Distraction.
Really cold water, nervous system, kind of resetting. That's a nice tip, Michael.
They have the bee, they call it, because I had to take my son into for the same thing. But it is a little thing that's shaped like a bee, and it's got a
AMD
cold
pushing.
compress, and it vibrates and it makes sounds. And they put it between where you draw the blood and the brain, and they say if you just like throw a bunch of stimulus at it, like cold, vibration, sound, it short circuits their little brains, so they don't feel it as much. I was like, oh, that's cool. Science is cool. Spy
Science
digging in
is
here,
cool.
trying to push higher off that little dip and rip off the open, and we really wasn't even that substantial, but down for the first couple minutes, back through the high of the day. Pre-market high is 737.67. See if we can get through that, and then obviously yesterday's high for me is the thing that's the most important, which is sitting around the same zone as the pre-market high.
SMCI just popped up too.
Quick dips here. So you're getting people also, I think big orders went there right now. You saw some big orders probably showing up. So get ready for your quick pullbacks. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for them to get swept on the buys, right? So look for bids down below that are setting up for these offers now. Getting right back into AMD on the pullback there and now being able to risk off the bottom, right? So I went in there first with the scalp. Now I'm going back in there with the opportunity to risk down to 425s, right? So let's see if AMD wants to just drive right back through the highs and we start to see some of these names start to fly. AMD, SMCI, pretty much everything across the board in technology is doing pretty well here. Application is the area of kind of concern. On the downside, solar continues to be an area of down, and information tech services that just got the bounce right back down, like IBM and Accenture. So I got 3 positions on, 3 in the green. CEG, taking a bigger shot on that one. AVGO, looking for that to get right back up. And then AMD on the 9 EMA. So all opportunities based on, of course, systems that I talk about right here, guys. So instead of being like, scared of it, if it's part of the trade, why not take the trade, right? So other names that are doing well in my scanner, Poet, right? I just can't take that name. I can't do it, Michael. It's hard sometimes, right? When it's just like a trashy type of name, but it shows up on your scanner.
See, you're not, as soon as you travel far enough down the road to me, eventually you'll be saying it looks like crap and I hate the company, and that's probably why it will work great.
That's probably why Poet goes to 21 today, but like, it's on the scanner.
I don't think it will. To me, I'm saying it's a short. They've sold up above at 1833. This does not look like it wants to go higher to me.
Yeah, so the thing is that I don't think this is going because of Poet. Remember, I really don't think a lot of stocks move because of stock specifics. It's always, right, industry, kind of industry and sector positioning, right? And so
that's
thoughts
huge,
are today,
and it's studied. And then you also, I'm just saying, if you're right on that, and this is part of the sector, it's just going to be a higher beta version, right? So
exactly, more return to the upside.
And more return, more risk, obviously, with higher beta, but less capital as right. So you can just push it down and say, okay, this is the focus. So I have systems that do the same thing. They look at sector moves, and then they pick the highest beta name because that's the one that, in theory, I'll just get the most juice out of. So I was able to go through and, just say, okay, if semiconductors are breaking out, then let's find buy me 5 of like the smallest, crappiest, junkiest names out there, because they're just going to move the most, so I can allocate the smallest amount of capital. That same thing as we say with like leveraged ETFs. You can just allocate, like Mitch was saying, he doesn't trade the leverage ETFs anymore because he found he was using them to juice himself up. And I don't juice myself up, right? I do the opposite of saying I want to allocate less capital to them. And same thing, if you want the one that's probably going to trend like the cleanest in semiconductors, you go a Micron or an AMD or a Marvell or Nvidia or whatever. If you want the one that's going to give you the best bang for your buck, if you're right, then you can go Poet. But if you're wrong, it's also going to slap you the hardest. So, right, that's where position sizing comes in, right?
1000%, Michael, and it's a big part of how you want to be taking a look into what's going on in your system, right? The only place you catch these a lot of times journaling, right? So
Yep.
key thing there, do your journaling, look into your data. Your data is going to tell you that information that Michael just explained to you guys.
And again,
So,
I have never met. I've met a lot of successful traders. I've never met a successful trader that doesn't record their trades.
All right, guys. Eli Lilly on the radar. I did you see the breakout yesterday, Michael? It's full on break. You know, I don't want to jinx you, man, but I'm trying to.
Don't. Don't jinx me.
Look at it. Look at it. That's
Yeah,
a beautiful look on the XLV. And I talked about these names like Johnson and Johnson. Look at the undercut and rally today on Johnson and Johnson. I don't know if that wick's true, but I have a wick from 5 a.m. down to 222.90. That would have been really hurtful. 5 a.m. print. Let me see if that shows up here.
Could have been the darks, the dark pools, but
that's the darks right there. But Johnson and Johnson going higher. AVG and the majors overall are areas I would definitely focus in on now, guys. You're starting to see it. Biotech's coming back. Healthcare plans. So perfect 4 at the top. This is what I want to see in healthcare. Biotechs, major drug manufacturers, specialty drug manufacturers, and healthcare plans. If those 4 industries are leading healthcare, we are looking all good underneath the hood. So
yeah, don't jinx me, man. Well, I've been. This is my largest position. I haven't hid that from you guys. I've been buying the crap out of XLV. Again, my Oscar position is getting overwhelmingly huge. It's like Oscar is a meaningful amount of my family's net worth at this point, just because it's doubled in value. And yeah, I have a bunch in XLV because the reason I'm doing most of the buying in XLV is because obviously I can sleep better at night. It's, XLV has a really bad year. It goes down 10%. It's like 20% if it's like a catastrophic event. You're not going to get. I'm not going to wake up and healthcare is not going to exist tomorrow.
You get the Bristol Myers breakout. You're getting the breakout all around healthcare. If I didn't have all my buying power in play, I'd be buying. I hit it like 5 times on different stocks. I was just like, click, 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 click. Go, get it, get it, get it. It's going fast. Healthcare to the upside. Looks great today. And now we're getting clear skies. Everything green in the last 5 minutes, led by, in the last 5 minutes, energy, defensives going higher, basic materials starting to push. Everything green. Tech pulling back a slight bit here, but what are you getting? You're getting that kind of barbell approach. Now electronic distribution starting to push, scientific technical instruments starting to push. That's your keys that you talked about, Michael. So that's that industry. Names in there are like Sober. Let's talk about like Garmin, right? COHR. Garmin doing well today, a little bounce back there. So those names starting to take a push. Electronic components that got hit hard on pullbacks like GLW, APH, VRT, Bloom Energy on the bounce back today. So good action out there in the markets today. I'm looking at this AVG setup. That's what I tried to buy on that 213 break. I think it could break 216s today. Looking good in the market overall. Starting to get a nice little lift off there in AMD. Let's take a look at AMD. Of course, AMD is going to be really in tune with NVIDIA, right? So I already got a nice little position in here now. It broke the high, exactly what I wanted to see happen. I actually stopped out on this kind of first scalp attempt and then bought it on the dip, looking for the continued rip now. And at this point, it needs to just continue to fly high, right? So I want to see it break 436 and keep going. If not, I can break even out or kind of set like a stop in a little bit tight fashion now. At this point, we should see continuation if we're going to have a strong day. Daily chart, perfect setup.
All set up,
guys. What you got? You're all set up, Jane?
Yeah. Well, I surprise. I'm going to be trading at 10 o'clock on the competition. So yeah, all set up for that. Ready to go. Ready to rock it. Just checking to see what I'm going to trade.
The pressure's got put on you. I get to relax, sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and trade my own account. I'll be making that money. Let's go.
All right. Calculator.
Oh.
Biggest position today, CEG.
Pulling out the calculator?
CEG.
What are we doing? I feel like
Isn't there AI for that?
I'm old school. Come on. I don't know. I think I'm the oldest here. Like I'm the senior trader.
Oh,
I'm the calculator. At least I don't use an abacus, but I do like pen and paper and calculators.
nothing wrong with a little bit of
I wonder
abacus.
who's. So yeah, we're reading from the chat. I guess Jane will go first, and then I'll trade after that, and then a little later we'll go to our Nvidia data puke, which again I'm excited for. I don't think anyone else is excited for, but they're spaghetti charts. I love spaghetti charts. No one uses spaghetti charts, but they're my favorite. IWM.
I'm not going to say what I want to trade,
Yeah,
but
I was going to say I was going to
my
cut you off.
screen was shown that would be cheating, right? I can't. Let's
Don't
see.
do it. Don't do it, man. Oh, I have a link. I don't know if I'm supposed to share it right now, but I have a link. Draw for the one-on-one. Okay.
All right, there you go. Who am I battling?
Dun dun dun.
Okay, so I'm getting a password. All right, I got a password. Putting it in. Start draw. We'll do. Must be typed. No, it didn't. All right, so I'm gonna hit start draw. We're gonna see who's
battling me in 4 minutes.
Who's battling you?
Let's see who it will be.
Let's. It's going to shake for 3.5 seconds. So we have 3.5 seconds of hype.
Do we have to shake too?
Shaky, shake, 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 shake. And Shake, shake, do 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 do. Shake, 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 do 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 do.
So I'm going to look down to see what the next steps are. Thankfully, we've got we got like a command center of people. I always feel like like the superheroes that got like Alfred, and he's like telling you where to go and what to do, because otherwise I wouldn't know. So we're good to go.
We're in.
All right, Manuel and I are going to be trading.
Emmanuel, hurry up, get ready to go. You're gonna have to rock and roll, buddy. Let's go. The juice is flowing. You're going against.
So where do we see what Manuel's trading? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I think Manuel's going to come in. We're going to share screens. It's going to be a different screen that's sort of a battle screen, much like it was yesterday. So it's going to be, you're going to be the commentator maybe, and there will be 5 screens, maybe 6, I think.
So yes, he says, our Alfred says, make sure you open your email on whatever account you signed in, and you'll get your account there. For me anyway, I had to reset my account, but make sure you're going into your email, because that's where everything's going to be hanging out.
Not looking too bad out there, guys. Looking good. CEG really taking.
Okay, I'm ready.
Oh, well, I don't think you get to decide when to start. That's the problem with these things. You can't.
Yeah,
we gotta get everything geared up.
Positioning. I'm ready.
Well, we start when your competition's ready.
I know, but I'm doing the math.
CEG's ripping up. If you're looking for an area of stocks, CEG getting that next move. I talked about utilities today. Could be an area. Independent power producers bouncing back today. Industrials bouncing back. So it's like an all-out rally right now, at least from the screen. And it's not necessarily tech leading this rally, right? I will say that. I see a lot of utilities, communication, industrials, financials, energy, healthcare, right? It's a nice broadening out of the rally.
So Manuel, open your email, because if
is Manuel in the chat and acknowledge that he got it?
Well, that's what. So we were being told to riff for a bit. So I already talked about
let's pick.
Family stuff. Ready. I don't know what else. That's all I've got. I mowed my lawn yesterday. And that was...
You know what? You're not going to like it, Michael. You're not liking what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you that.
Well, those are usually the best ones. I did a whole post about that. I've noticed my best trades are ones that I hate. I bought this.
I'm going to go against you on a trade from yesterday. Sorry. Sorry.
Trade from yesterday is dead to me. Like I bought this thing,
Yeah.
yesterday, and I'm just looking at it like this is, look at this thing. This is, but it's like
Disgusting.
it's
Oh, no,
gross.
it's working. The trade is working.
And it's,
There you
yeah,
go,
so I did a
AMD
whole
taking
post
off.
about it. This looks horrible to me. I would never in my right mind put the thing that feeds my family into this stock, but it's not up to me. It's you give control over
Oh,
to the system, to the bot, to the thing that you spend so much time building. You let her go.
I hope you guys are killing it out there in the chat, guys. Really nice pop there. Yeah, I didn't even care about that downgrade on CEG, man. You could see they were going after the industry flipping AMD right back to the highs. This is looking great for today, guys. AMD has that potential
You
to make
all
the
ready?
fly.
Should we do another draw? How long are we going to wait?
I think we're still riffing. Yeah, NLR. This
Yeah,
is
we
something
riffing.
I mentioned.
We riffing, and Jane's feeling the juice. That's what's happening. Jane's feeling the juice. The juice.
Well, I
is
think
ready.
Jane's
coming.
got
I've
I
two
think
trades set
Jane's
up.
trade
Two
is working
potentials.
out.
I'm like,
Yeah, the trade's working without. So, that's the
One of
problem is if
those
it takes
feels-
5 minutes, you got to find a whole nother
nother
trade
setup.
to take.
no,
A whole
not
other
these.
setup.
I got the big money working for me.
Oh, there you go. Big boys doing the heavy lifting, as I like to say. The markets.
Yeah. I'm
Doing
going
the
to be a
heavy lifting.
follower. Oh, man, I just lost $1 of
Hey.
potential profit.
Hey, one of the things I like to say is that, you set yourselves up in positions and then you let the market do the heavy lifting. That's the way it is.
It's so frustrating.
Well, that's like the Munger, right? We're obviously not Charlie Munger here, but he had the money is made. I've made more money sitting, doing nothing than anything I've ever done in my life. You do your research, you buy your position, and you just have a sit, go take a walk, which is hilarious because that's like the hardest part. You'd think it'd be easy if you describe trading to someone, especially systems trading. They say, oh, it's the easiest thing in the world. It's like, oh, you just program systems and watch YouTube videos and listen to podcasts and read books, and if something comes across that you like, you just program it. If it works, you just let a bot run it. You can go do whatever you want. Like, yeah, you try. It's just not that easy to go. This DXF I was in. These have been in the last 2 days. Like, again, I bought it here. I bought it on Monday. So at one point I was down like 40% on the position. Now I'm back to flat. Like, there's a lot of, these are 5-finger swings. It's Powell, just in case, Jane. I don't know.
Powell?
Don't tell us. Don't tell us what you're doing. But Crow found a 2 times leveraged poet. So I don't know if he's. Again, don't tell us. Don't tell us what you're doing. But if you want,
I'm not
if you wanna
telling
go
you.
Nuts.
Oh, I like this one too.
I love that, Dak. Trading is running into traffic over and over again with your eyes closed. Yeah, it's like, there's a certain amount of just faith that you have to have that the light is actually red, and now is the time to move. And every now and then you're going to get hit by a car, and that's going to suck. But we all go for walks anyway, and we all do dangerous stuff all the time.
I don't jump out of airplanes. I don't do that.
Why not?
Because I
get
prefer
into it.
piloting them. Not why would you jump out of a perfectly good airplane?
You figure you should do it once, just so you're like, in case you have to one day, you're ready to go.
We're going down with the ship, baby. Doing the Titanic style, baby.
So we were waiting for Manuel. to
My
get geared
husband
up.
is obsessed with Titanic.
Yes.
Watching the videos
have a
over and
nephew that
over, and the
is-
sister ship and everything.
I have a nephew that's like in the 3rd grade. He could probably tell you more facts than anyone could imagine about the Titanic. He actually has the Titanic Lego set. It's like $700.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's by rolling over just a bit here. Look at these candles though, right? These are 5-minute candles. Just the wicks on them is just crazy. And again, we have FOMC coming, and then we have Nvidia, which is again FOMC to me is like the warm up comedian that comes on and tries to get everyone in a good mood. And then you got the main event that comes in after that with Nvidia earnings. That's going to be the biggest thing. Stock twits died. That's interesting.
And AMD, man, I still remember the call out on this thing. What's it gonna get to? 600? It wants to pay Meta.
So we are going to remind of the rules here. All right, I have them up here. The rules. So just FYI, so we know what we're getting into here as the market bleeds to low. Just be careful there, guys. Trader will receive a temporary access to login credentials of a $200,000 account. So that's maximum. You can see, actually, because I have the account up here, it's a maximum drawdown of $4,000 for the day. You do not need a flex account of your own in order to draw. Make sure you have a Trade the Pool's hub account ready to go. You're trying to have a profit target of 2%, a max drawdown of 2%. So 2% of 2% of $200,000, $4,000. So on both sides. And it's a 10-minute battle. So I think it's whoever is up or down the most in that 10-minute period of time. So, I almost deleted it. I didn't want to delete it. So that's what we're doing. We're ready to go.
Ready to rock and roll.
We're just waiting for our contestant to enter.
Yeah.
And if the market chills out, what I'll probably do is look at my NVIDIA presentation for a second and then just pause it when we get our competitor out there. Because, the reason that we're not chatting too much is, there's a lot of sectors that are doing great and there's a lot of chopping around. So you can see the kind of dispersion that we're seeing with IVG down 0.5%, IWM up, USO down, semiconductors are actually kind of where the shine is right now. We are right near these highs, and after this dip and a pop through, I don't have any data to support this, but I always feel less confident in earnings doing well when you're going into and it's ripping all day. I would have loved to see just like a bloody 5% down day in Nvidia in order to get my options trade off, but we'll see. So actually, let's go over to, we'll just wait to see. We'll get started here on some Nvidia stuff, and we'll kind of pop back over if there are no objections. Where's the reader view?
Nah, you can rock and roll, man, at least for the time being. I'm just watching CEG fly high, baby. Keep on flying.
I think I
AMD.
win by proxy because almost 10 minutes has passed and, he's not here. So, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is because you work here, if you win, you don't get anything. So it's like,
I know.
if you wanted to be kind, you would throw the competition so that the viewer could get a 25K account.
Just fade your own decision. For the first time ever, fade your own decision. Say, I would buy here.
If you fade your own decision, then the trade, you were going to be wrong on the trade.
I have another trade that is just, it's working and I can't get into it. It's so frustrating.
Well, you can always align it for the traders out there. What are you seeing out there, Jane, at least? I mean,
Intel to the long.
Intel? Okay. I will say AVGO held there for me. It didn't break down, and now I'm green in it. So let's see if that one starts to fly. Run. Look at AVGO right now. This thing's starting to just take off gas.
Let's look at Lint. Intel 2 times leveraged.
Oof, we're having a full-out breakout. AMD now riding high. 440s now for AMD. Are we doing a run into Nvidia's earnings? This is normally
I don't want it. I don't want it, man.
This isn't good news. This makes me want to sell at the end of the day.
225. I'm telling you, a close above 225. We're going to be good.
Look at that. That's 440s now. And one of those charts where it didn't go red at all. This is the hardest charts for me to buy sometimes. The only way I was able to buy it because I just looked at the daily. If I looked at this intraday, this thing would put fear in me to buy. But this is because it's straight green. It's always usually a little bit hard for me to just be like I didn't get any pullback. I need to jump, right? So the only way I did that was just because I looked at the daily and I saw the 9 EMA like right there. And I was like, all right, well, at least you're close enough to the 9 EMA to take the shot, right? And that's why the machines sometimes do better, because they would have literally got the 9 EMA, right? But we'll see if
Machines.
that can go a little bit higher there. Now AMD really ripping. Let's go to different names. AVGO. You talked about Intel. You see how they're on the pullback. Intel's right there on the 9 yesterday, takes off, gaps up, and just pushes today. So you're seeing some strength out there. And I mentioned my AI scanner 3 minutes in, literally only one stock red out of like
Are
44
you
names.
picking another trading battle person?
In
Right, so
4
big lift off
minutes, we're gonna pick someone else.
All
So
right,
make
you
sure
wanna
you're
do some
signing up.
NVIDIA
They're
preview?
spamming the link there in the chat. So make sure you're going to the link. You're signing up. Some people might be shy about coming on screen. That's fine, but we're gonna, we're gonna
Keep
give
pushing.
another 4 minutes and give it another shot. But yeah, so AMD is semiconductor actually just broke out there, the SMH, so hit new daily high. So good for them, right? Good for semis as a whole. Looking fantastic there. Coming back
My other
in just a
trade
bit.
setup with $2 fade. It's like,
Maybe listen, if he's watching the stream, maybe that's what he's doing. He's like, I'm going to delay it till the last second to put Jane there on the spot. But
I
I'll
don't
just
want to let Jane take control. Right?
pop
We'll see.
over. Where is it? There.
All right, guys.
I have the presentation up there. We can do this for a bit. If the contest person comes on, we'll just switch back over real quick. But first slide is just kind of saying, so this is the last 20 years, or I did 20 years of data, but only going to show like the last 5 or 6 where Nvidia actually mattered. And these are just the days that we have been up or down 1% after earnings. And you can see in the 2023, 2024, it had great moves after earnings, all these green dots. The last 3 or 4 earnings report, bad, right? No, not good. So that was the first little bit. Now, before we get to the other one, and this is, I think, the more important chart, I actually have to switch back over because we are going to do another draw. So let me turn that off, and then I will just come back and turn this one on. And can I just draw again? Draw complete.
Yeah.
Oh, am I allowed to? What if I just refresh the link? Well, let me do it
Refresh
again.
there we
Draw
go. Good.
coming soon. All right.
Password
So
They call
in.
those sales
Draw
reboots,
again.
right?
let's do it again.
Yes. And hopefully someone here from the chat. Chat,
Yeah.
who signed up? Let me know in the chat that you're signed up. If you put a message and you haven't signed up,
Hamad.
we're not friends no more.
Hamad. Are you here, Hamad? In the chat,
Shane-
do you hear us?
Ahmad.
Same
I'm
thing.
at
Go
H.
to your email, spam
Oops, I wrote
refresh
it in
for
the
a
chat.
while.
Sorry.
You will get emailed in, and
Calling
you'll
out.
get all of your details.
Carlos,
maybe
they're
we
afraid
can
of
go back
me.
to
Nobody
Mitch.
wants
Go from
to.
there,
Nobody
right?
wants to trade with me. They're afraid of me.
That's what's going on. Yeah.
Another
let's shift it
perfect
to
trade
Mitch.
setup. I've got it. It's ready. Like I'm ready to bite at the.
Oh, I think your screen went down. Or
Oh,
something.
yeah, I just went back to the
there NVIDIA. Yeah.
presentation while we're.
You're here.
Oh, I say
Is
not
that
here.
Ahmad?
Well, go to your email, get signed up, get your account ready.
Oh, Antonio
Get
says
guys.
he's
all the details you need, and away you go. Pick
All
me
right,
up,
so what we'll do here is, guys, let's go ahead and let's put our offstage feed down and let Ayush make sure that everything's set up with our guest once he comes in.
Mhm.
And then you guys, Michael, you take the show here with NVIDIA earnings preview.
Yeah, so
And
this
then
is
we'll go
just
to
a
the-
chart of how big the earnings, generally speaking, are. In
Yeah,
which
Sean and I are friends.
we've got a
It's not
lot
you.
of 32% of the time the gaps are 5% or more, and that's pretty big. So 1 in 3 chance that we're getting a huge 5% move on Nvidia, and you can see just a distribution of them here, right? This is the percentage up and down. These are the counts, right? So the largest of what happened is actually a smaller gap down. That's the most probabilistic outcome, is a small gap down to a small gap up. But then you can see kind of on the wings here, you've had some pretty substantial ones to each side. So the median gap is plus 1.1%. Median, I don't think makes a whole lot of sense there as well. But yeah, so this is a nice little pop, again, one way or another. So we need to, we need to see this big, most of the time we gap up. Sometimes we gap down, but actually what happens during the close is interesting, right? So this is the gap. Most of the time we gap up. It's not huge. Most of the time we gap up. This is what happens after day one. And the same skew with fatter tails, which essentially means some wild swings happen into the end of the market. You can see way more red on this screen as well. And only 54% of the time we're having those positive days. And in most recent times, like we showed you, a lot of green to red type of moves. The worst one day is negative 19%. The best one day is 30%. So again, can be some wild moves. And this is the largest stock in the market. That's why we're so kind of hyped up for it. Asking how you can join. If you were the winner that we announced there, it's in your email. It's in whatever email you use to sign up with Trade the Pool. If not, go to tradethepool.com, sign up. You can get a free account there to start playing with. And we're going to keep drawing people until someone comes by and says hi, and we'll go from there. So again, this is just kind of a chart of how long the holding longer doesn't pay you more, right? It widens the range. So it's not like you get a gap in Nvidia and then a run after that. You essentially just get more kind of volatility. So these are the confidence intervals, what charts are. So most of the returns happen in this box, which again is plus or minus like 5%. After one day, it's like plus or minus 6 or 7%, and then plus or minus, I think 8 or 9%, and then plus or minus 10% 1 month out. So again, not directionally showing. It's just saying that there's a lot of volatility that's going to take place. There is no 69 earnings report. There is no big kind of, yes, this is, we're up or down. But how often is Nvidia positive after earnings? The gap, quite, right? It's like 60% of the time we gap up. After a long period of time, we fade, right? So again, it's more of this gap up, fade over and over and over again. And then you can see here 1 month later, we're only up. If you do 2021 to present, so the most recent one, which is the orange area, we're only up 38% of the time there after earnings. So there's a better chance that we gap up. There's a 52% chance we gap up. And then there's only a 40% chance we're actually up a little bit on. So, right, big deal. And then this is just a spaghetti chart. Again, I love this. This is the day of earnings right at this line right here. And this is the average path that we've taken over the past 4 or 5 years. You can see only 2 lines kind of point up nicely. Most of them drag down. So if Nvidia is going to do what it normally does, again, gap up on earnings and then reversal, right? That's why I see people are saying in chat. But most of these lines are to the downside. Not dramatically, but most of these lines are not good. And then this is just a correlation kind of coefficient with this and the market. So how much the market moves based off Nvidia. Thankfully, this looks like a mess. And that's great. There is some, this chart takes some explaining, but in a perfect world, there would be a nice straight line with all the dots clustered around the line. That would mean that when Nvidia moves after earnings, so does the SPY. Thankfully, this is like my kids' plate after they eat. Everything's spread everywhere. And you can just say that Nvidia doesn't necessarily move the markets. This is just kind of a mess of charts. So what to watch for tonight? Median gap of 1%, which is about nothing. So 54% of the chance that we are up tomorrow. Only 38% chance that we are up in 1 month. So for me, that means that maybe my put spread, right? Sell my put spread, get out, and maybe sell a call spread after that, or do some sort of shorting after tomorrow if we do end up getting a gap up. And that's it. So moral of the story, there is no Nvidia, at least in the past, there is no Nvidia rips, and then everything is fantastic. Right after that, everything's sunshine and kittens. It is way messier than that overall, which means if they're going to be messy, sometimes things are going to be messy as well. As I'm ranting here, I noticed we're ripping. We're ripping across the board.
Oh
Look at that.
yeah, yo,
And
yeah,
Nvidia's
riding the
ripping too.
wave.
Watching Nvidia, looking at the leveraged. Do we have
AMD.
Hamad yet?
It is a pure all AI breakout right now. Seeing it all.
Well,
across
this is
the
they're
board.
saying there's some news
Yes,
about
a spiking there. Pakistani army leader may visit Iran tomorrow to announce the final version of the agreement text. So there's some conversation of potential agreements out there. At least that's what I'm seeing in the streets. I will ride this wave all day, guys. I got certain big breakouts that I'm just trying to ride.
good. So it looks like the will they, won't they continue, and this time it's a will they. Funny, we got right to pre-market highs, and we just bled through it just a little bit for a couple seconds, and then we trade it right back down. So that's pre-market highs, and that's the other side of it, right? So pre-market highs and yesterday's high are both hanging out exactly in this level.
All right, AMD now triple digits. Let's keep riding. Let's go AMD, baby. Let's go, Lisa. Looking good out there, guys. Markets are riding high, man. Riding high.
So yes, I would like to see it stick the landing, right? It hasn't gotten through. Again, remember, it is 737.67, just to make things very easy. That is just, it's pre-market high, and it is yesterday's high, and we have to get through those zones in order to get going. And we're not seeing that quite yet. Can change at any time, but we hit it, and we did that kind of sharp reversal. So
And Nvidia
this
just
next candle, I
tested
think, is
pre-market
important.
highs here.
Yeah.
Go.
Man, I put those
AVGO
Apple
really
Music
starting to push now.
playlists.
Yeah.
I put on like some old school. I think I put Limp Bizkit into it, where you can just say create station off this, and it's bringing me back, man.
Oh yeah, I love Google Music for that. It's like you pick one and then it will create a radio station for you. So I'm like an Nvidia fade right here. I can't trade it yet, but the Nvidia fade off of the pre-market high back down to 223.28. Looking for that to pull back on a fib retracement, maybe all the way back down to 222.42. So
Loving the rip today, guys. We're looking good. Let's keep riding high. Flying high today.
I might have to pass the trading torch on, guys. I got to get these
If you
pearly
have to,
whites
you gotta.
cleaned. I got to get the pearly whites cleaned today.
Good luck. I hope you're flossing, or you're gonna get a talking to.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
They like shame you. They give you the tisk, and you go, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
I got like the A+ teeth. Mine are, they're so good. The crow. That's funny. I never heard that. So that name just made me laugh. Oh, look at that. And I was looking to short NVDL at the top at 116.60. It's down to 155.88 right now.
40
Also, Home Depot was
volatility.
having a nice little fade. Lowe was having a fade. Intel was ripping. I was trying to keep them quiet till I knew that I was in battle. Don't want to let your opponent know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's it. Chocolate starfish and the hot dog, flavored water. See, the problem is, like, it can't be me and Jane, because neither of us get to win anything. So it'd be a funny competition.
We
I
need
think
you
we're trying
guys.
we need someone to sign up. We'll do
The
a
whole
draw.
point.
Get your ass on stream. and let's do a trade. And if you win, free 25K account.
Right. So we want you guys to compete against us. Look, Nvidia's keeps going
Know the
down.
skills.
Yeah, so that's interesting topic tail. And again, the SPY did the same thing. Now it's like it's coming off. So again, this is the pre-market high, but if you zoom out further, it's also yesterday's high. And what you'd want to see on good news like that is just a through, like, just clears it, doesn't care. The fact that that first 5-minute candle put in a big topping tail, that had me, slightly nervous to that we were going to get just this, where people are defending that high. And there's probably a lot of, the algos that if I was running a hedge fund where I turned on and off different algos depending on the day, it would be, okay, let's turn on the buy the dip, sell the rip one today, because we've got Nvidia, we've got all kinds of crazy earnings going on. We don't really know what's going to happen until we get some sort of move as well. I don't think it was fake news. Someone's saying in chat. I don't think that's the problem. I just think it's like the market doesn't believe anything about this anymore until there's like, right, show me the piece of paper with the signature on it and show me boats going through the strait. And then I'll go, okay, yeah, now, okay. And it's actually probably over now. Until then, not interested. Don't. How many times have we heard, oh yeah, that we got a deal this time, and then someone tweets out like an hour later, oh no, we don't, and then yes, we do, and no, we don't. So I think it's kind of like a desensitization more than anything.
100%.
Nobody believes anything. So
Yeah.
show me the straight. Show me boats going through, and you'll know when the boats go through, because you'll see them come out the other side, and you'll hear reports from people who pilot the boats that yes, we made it through the strait and everything was fine. Until then, I just don't think the market's concerned.
Well, that
with
might
what's
be a
going
good
on.
one for the, for the next battlers. USO with oil announcement at 10:30. That could be the nice trade. USO,
Yeah, exactly.
XOM,
USO down. And one of the telling
XOM.
signs, Jane, I like that trade because
Oxy.
my thinking would be is you saw industrials up big today. Why are they? Do someone know something that I don't know? That's what that would tell me, right? Because USO would be telling me to run the other way from industrials, right? Versus let's go put money into industrial action, right?
I'm going to say I actually think that we might see
We might see an all-out breakout. all day.
XOM move up higher here. Pulled back to the 4 EMA on the daily, hit a 161 on my 45-minute chart. So I would say for the next battle, I'm going to say long USO.
All right, we'll see what happens there, guys. Let's keep going. All right, we'll be getting the battle started as soon as we can, and if we need to adjust, we can adjust. We got other traders here. So Jane, I know that you gotta get going in a little bit, so don't worry if we get to the point where you gotta head out. You got Michael Noss in the house. You got money, Mitch. We'll be all right. We got your
So
back.
start getting those setups ready, Michael. I mean, I've been like 30 minutes of waiting. I'm ready for the trade, hunting those trades, right? And I think that 10:30 battle time is going to be good with oil numbers announcing.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting time
Do that
too.
job,
We can
maybe.
get that side of things. I've got a Vuzi, and that's what I don't know what a Vuzi is, but that's likely what I'm going to end up trading. We'll see. So we'll see. We will do this competition. If it's not today, we could maybe set the people up and have them come in tomorrow or whatever. But we'll figure it out. So if you have signed up for a free account, I see someone putting in there. We're gonna keep drawing until we get someone who wants to come on, right? SPY is actually turning and looking to go right back through the highs there.
Yeah, it's amazing strength right now we're seeing, right? I'll go to the SPY here so you can see what Michael's
So
talking
we got to watch
Yeah,
it.
I
That
think
pre-market
I'm gonna
high is a
test the
big
high
deal.
again for Nvidia up at 225, and if it can
I'll be right
break
back.
225, a target of 226.57 there. But right now we're battling a pivot. We went from a camarilla to a pivot. So right now it is, if it can breach this price level right here, what is it? Can't see it very well. Let me bring it to the front.
We'll see what happens here, guys, as SPY is pushing here towards the 738s, looking for the break above this. Can we continue to fly high? Looking great here, guys. The SPY did like this quick rip, right? We're looking to see if it takes that high and just keeps squeezing today. That's what I'm riding, guys. I'm already up 3% on AMD. Let's keep going, AMD. Let's see if we can hit 500 today. Why not,
Amazing.
right? Look at
I'm
that
going
rally
to
there. AMD.
tap out. It looks like Michael just stepped off for a second. So, Mitch, it's all you. I got to go get the pearly whites shined. So, have an
Not a
amazing
worry.
day.
Not a
I
worry.
will
Have a
not
good
see you
one.
guys tomorrow. Heads up.
Oh,
I'm over in
heads
the
up.
fires. Filling in.
And then there was one. Don't worry, I got you guys covered. We're doing great. We got 3 trades in the green. Worried about what? Cashing today, guys. Let's go ahead. Got to have a bounce back day, right? Of course, I was struggling a little bit the last 2 days, so bounce back day today is needed. Looking for above triple digits in each of these plays. AVGO now really starting to get going. That looks good too. And we could keep looking into some of these AI names. I have a screener there that has like 43 names, only 2 in the red in AI. So that tells me more and more what is really kind of leading this rally here. Even though technology is not having an insane push today, it's up 1.37%. Overall percentage, it's up higher. So you had a lot of gaps. It hasn't been really moved out the gates. It's been more the overnight gap that's been playing in here. AVGO, of course, you guys can see even my ads here as I bought the dip right there on the bottom there. Nice little rip here towards the 421s. Looking to get into the triple digits with that one. And since it's the slowest one of the 2 right now in the green, I'm probably going to take this one as it rips higher, right? Once it gets to triple digits, I'll just pay myself and then look to ride the other ones that are a little bit faster in the green and continuing to go. So what are they having? They're having that beta. They're having that relative strength, right? We'll look to see if we can keep climbing on that one. Are we going for another one here?
We're going for another one. So I got
And
the
another
screen
one,
up. We're good
as
to
they
go.
say.
Another one. That's what that Khalid dude.
And another one.
And another one. Put your memes in there. So let's just go and let's hit the button. We're going to do a 3-second wiggle.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Smack that.
Carlene.
Come
Check
to the
all your
battle.
things.
Come battle.
A complete draw. There we go. All right, Carlene,
All right.
come give us a shot
battle,
here.
Carlene.
Wow, silver.
Come battle.
Holy smokes.
I mean, everything. This is an everything rally,
Yeah.
man.
Now that we're through, right? So this is like
and it's a selling of the value trade, defensive. Just to mention, the only area now starting to come down, even the value trade that I talked about early. Like, would we see that shift quickly go back just to growth? And that's exactly what you're seeing. What do we need to point at, Michael? Just to be smart, I know you would tell me the same thing. The bonds. Let's go looking at the TLT. What's showing there?
bonds up, which means rates down.
That's all we need to see, right?
Which is just what we want to see. It's
The
funny.
pivot, the Trump pivot. The Trump pivot's on, man. I talked about the pivot.
I was raised to think that stocks go up and bonds go down, but not in this world anymore. Because you're right.
No.
What's happening is I bet you if you go to Kalshi now, because the markets are ripping, the odds of a fate rate hike is now diminishing and a rate cut's increasing and all of this. Because again, bonds are inversely related to rates, so that means those things are moving opposite of each other, which is great.
Yeah,
so
you could also trade that, right? There's a
see?
TMF, right? You could go with TMF.
There's what TBT TAC keeps talking about, which is ultra short, 20-year. So if you wanted to short this, right? But this would be that going up. But there's a TMF, I think it is, which is triple. Yeah.
All right,
and
guys.
this is something that really makes sense that there's a triple leverage version of. Because if you have a 10% move in bonds in a short period of time, that is like something catastrophic has happened. So you can trade something like this, knowing that a 1 or a 2% move in bonds, that you need juice for this. I don't need juice for him. I don't need juice for some of these things. I need juice for this guy, and I'm glad that they've got it. It makes perfect sense, right?
Copper catch. So the basic materials, the hardest hit sector yesterday and the day prior, getting that rebound, that relief kind of rally today. Of course, gold in that, silver in that, steel, right? Those types of plays coming right back. And you know it. You see it clearly on the tape right now. So nice little bounce back there in basic materials.
Just reading. Brent crude extends losses, 4.5% down on oil. That would be a double top for the record books if that is the top and we end up fading from here. But the reason that not everything's ripping kind of the way you would expect, in my opinion, is just that nobody trusts anything.
That's it on USO, man. I don't know. I think that's it, man. At least the rule of 4 comes into play now. Now we can come back to the support. In my thinking, that support could be all the way back down to 130s. We get back to 130s, there's going to be definitely some people out there ready to short the crap out of this thing. But the key is the USO doesn't give you that much return. I think it's a better indicator of the overall market. But if you want the return, it might be more like the XLE. Right, the XLE's got a nice little pop there. That could be coming back there too. But even oil stocks overall, we're gonna get those oil numbers right now. Those are what's shaking up the market too. So let's see what happens.
Come out there.
Yeah. So let's see what happens with those. The reaction is down right now in oil. Let's see what at least what the numbers were.
Wow. So a forecast of down 2.5 million barrels, and we're actually down 7.9 million barrels. I don't know what that means, but there you go. That's the numbers.
All right.
This is why, right? Make sure you can interpret the numbers if you can see them, because I can't. If this is something that you care about, but you can see what mattered more than that. It was because this is where the number was released on this candle. So this is how much it moved off the numbers, and then this is how much it moved off of that news that there's a potential deal. Again, it's just I think they've got it to the point where it may not be a sell the news event just because there's been so much back and forth that the market actually doesn't know the news this time, where the market normally knows the news. So Iran's parliament speaker says our military forces have used the ceasefire opportunity in the best way to rebuild their strength. Okay.
ATI, metal fabrication name. Boring trade, but I think it's pretty on the weekly.
GME has raised its stake in eBay to it now owns 7% of eBay instead of
GME's pushing right
5.
now, man. I'll take my day trade account and have some fun with GME.
Hilarious. Even with 6% or 7% of the company, you're just not going to do it. No one's going to vote for this.
Who knows?
Right? It's not. You can't take over a company unless they vote to do it. And normally the vote comes through overwhelmingly yes, because it's a cash deal, and you just go, here you go. Here's the cash, away you go. So
all right, market slowing down a little bit here. That's one thing I will say, guys. So we're getting that first hour out of the way. Now we need to be careful. Of course, we got the minutes to think about a little bit later. And I think you start thinking, can you just hold up here in the top end of the range? Just not come back to the support on the SPY, not come back to support out there. What's going on, man?
MSOS. TSA now allows passengers to fly with medical marijuana in both carry-on and checked bags.
Oh, that's big news. I'll check along on that, man. Let's close up some trade here, and let's go long some cannabis here. I like that news, man. That's actually, you just caught that. That was recent. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad at all there. Take a shot there. All right, guys. So I just cashed some AVGO. I wanted to take some of this MSOS trade. I like the setup there off the 450s. Could come back to the 440s. That's going to be the kind of the add area, and then I can hold off the bottom low. So we'll look to see if we get that action, then a push right back above. I like that mentality there because that could be a big, big change of policy, right? And what do I always talk about, guys? Things that massively change fundamentals quickly are the fastest ways that you can get price shifts. So we'll see what happens with that call right there, Michael. We saw it as it happened. This is a kind of a clippable moment right here. Will cannabis have its day in the sun? Right? Will cannabis finally start going with this announcement of medical cannabis being allowed on carry-on and travel? TSA allowing this, of course, could allow what? More traveling for those patients, right? In the past, they haven't, been able to probably travel. Now that can increase, right? That could also increase more usage, right? So we'll see what happens there. MSOS, will we see a spike? Well, we're taking the trade, speculation on it. Let's see what happens in MSOS.
Yeah, and it's medical, but yeah, for the people who did that, you're right. They may have sat there and said, "Man, I really use this for sleep or pain management or whatever it is, and I can't fly, so I could only go to places I could drive." And then there's probably a fear too of I will only go to places that allow it, that it's legalized within, and now I can hop on the plane and away I go. And I think the main, more than anything, it's the signaling of, because the TSA is federal, right? So it's the first kind of federal, we are not like completely demonizing hugely against, the whole 9 yard. So yeah, it's interesting, right? And so if we go, I just want to take a look here at the SPY because we are coming back in a bit. We just want to, it was this 737.67 was this high, and then also yesterday's high again, roughly. We broke it. Now we're coming back to test it. Strongest thing the market could do is holding on. Yeah, Tax saying it's big news. I think it's big news because again, it's just a reframing. It's saying okay, the federal government is getting a little more chill with it, and that might be step one to laxing regulations, decriminalization, rescheduling, legalization, whatever it is. But it's the first time in a while that I've seen a headline federally that is like, we're not going to fight this thing tooth and nail.
Yeah, I think it's an important one. I did research a little bit. It seems like this has been out for a little while now. So it might be something that's being replayed. So just to mention.
Oh, okay.
I always do that. Like I always want to kind of see how long ago or was there a change? So what I think happened is that this is on the TSA like website. So what happens is they just updated it, but they didn't like make an announcement. So and that someone caught it, right? So now on this site here, and I could give it to you, it's a TSA government site, security screening. What can I bring? In that is selected medical marijuana now. So there's some special instructions you got to follow. But you can now bring it. If you got the medical license, though. Medical. So I guess not recreational. Key determining factor here.
If you're about to go on a plane, remember.
Key determining factor here.
Don't just bring your bong with you on a plane because you want to have a good time on the other end.
And it didn't say anything about paraphernalia. That's another thing that I'll just make a mention real quick. It didn't say you can hit it on the plane. That you could have fire devices, certain vapes, right? Probably going to be banned on boarding because of batteries. So just be careful out there. Take a look into the TSA website. We are not TSA experts here.
Yeah, we will not be blamed if But if you do, send in the TikTok of you getting
You
locked
get caught
up.
with.
We'll watch it on stream. We'll react to it. I guess
It's
so.
just
More
bud,
news,
man. It's just bud.
just showing that U.S. crude inventory strategic petroleum reserve drop was the most in history. So they've drawn from the most in history,
Yeah.
which is wild.
It is wild, and it also shows what? That at some point down the line, doesn't have to be today, could be a year from now, could be 2 years from now, they're gonna have to refill it. So that means that creates another cycle of oil where it's gonna come down in pricing to a point where the government likes it, and then they're gonna buy it up a bunch, and then they're gonna probably spike it again. So get ready. It's the oil game, guys. All right, guys. So are we doing another draw?
I guess
gonna do
so.
one more?
I got 15 minutes. I'd like to stay a little longer, but I gotta go and I gotta go be
Yeah.
the bad guy. It's funny, man, because
Let's
you go
do
with you go with the little boy and you're like, suck it up. And then you go with the little girl and I'm like having like anxiety to go like
Hey, no, you feel bad, man.
You know, it's like, man.
You feel bad.
I was like, no, I'll go in with the little boy. It'll be fine. I'm going to get him some ice cream or something after. He won't give a shit. And then the little girl, I'm like trying to convince the wife. I'm like, can you do it? Can you do it?
That's how it goes. Computer running smoother at least. I know my camera gave out on me today, but
I didn't want
At
to jinx
least.
anything, but I noticed when I went to go use the bathroom there, I'm like, man, Mitch hasn't dropped
Right?
once we got you up and running.
yeah, I mean, I think the computer overall stability improved. So I was able to find a nice Intel bug to fix. So Intel go.
Well, make
So,
enough money in your AMD trade there that you can switch. What is it, Team Red? You can go over
Yeah, the
from
problem
Team Blue
was
to
is
Team Red.
that so the problem is that the AMD chips still lag in the compute power, man. And I'm trying to make the best rig, not the most power efficient rig. If I wanted power efficiency, 1000% AMD.
All right, so
but,
we are doing.
I don't care.
We're doing
about
another
power.
one.
I don't
ready?
care about power. I don't care
You
about
ready?
power. Let's
ready
go.
for
Let's do this drawing for the one-on-one competition.
3.5 seconds of jiggle. Here we go.
Jiggle,
Here's
jiggle,
our
jiggle.
3.5.
Jiggle, 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 jiggle. Boom. Not bad. Not bad.
Shanique. Shanique.
I need to make that bigger. I can't even see that. Centeque.
Oh. They just ripped
Centeque?
us off screen. Did I say the name that bad?
Synconique. We're bad at reading.
I
names,
think
Michael.
they
This is
completely
why we're
ripped us.
traders. This is why we're traders, dude.
We were pronouncing it so badly, they just ripped us off stream there, and they went to the scanners for a couple of seconds because we were butchering this name. So I'm going to leave it up here. Please read it. This is you.
I just hope
Please
the person can
just go
come
check your
on
email.
and educate us. Educate us
Yes.
your name, please, at least. So if you're out there, hop on. If not, we're just gonna have to call someone from the chat, man.
I think that's a good, and maybe again we'll try again tomorrow. But I think that's going to be a good way to do it. Is like, hey, come, hey man, if that's you, if we just,
hey,
first of all, I'm
Look in
sorry.
your email.
I'm
Sorry that we can't read. Come and educate us, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your name. I'm sorry that we're bad at your name, but go to your email, whatever email you used to sign up at Trade the Pool. Go there, that email address, and we are emailing you currently to come on, hang out, do a competition with at this point me or Mitch, whoever wants to grab it, because I think we're only gonna have the time for the one, and we'll go from there.
I like what I like on that MSOS chart is the monthly, man. That's starting to really look good. And, this is kind of starting to think to me like kind of more like cannabis, kind of psychedelics chart look, where it just keeps doing these bigger, longer pops, but you got to go to the weekly
Yeah.
and monthly to see it.
Well,
When you go to
and
the weekly and monthly, you'll be able to start seeing it.
well, and what I was looking at here, what I wanted to point out is that most of these, it's a pop, and then in the next week or so, it's right back down. This is the first one that we've got a little pop here. Well, we got the one off the low, and we're starting to finally make higher lows, which that's how
we're gonna do the rule of three here, teaching here also. Just count the pops there, right? Like if you drew a trend line, right, from that action, right, and you just drew through those kind of pops, right, you get 3 attempts to the trend line, right? So those 3 attempts up there, and you can draw it, Michael. Let's do it this way. I like doing this, where you let someone else draw what they see, right, and then you explain what you're seeing, and does it coexist, right? Because that's what matters, right? When we can have a confluence of charting ability, right, where Michael can see the same thing, I can see the same thing, but different ways. That's telling, right? So this is important, I think, to look through.
when I break it down in like the simplest form of higher highs and higher lows, if you just go back on MOS, this is what, 2021? It's just been lower highs the whole time. Every time we bounce, it's fading. Every time it bounces, it's fading over and over and over again. This is the first time that we're seeing bounces and pulling back, and buyers are coming in at higher and higher prices. And we know that institutional buyers, they don't chase up. They look for pullbacks and they buy in those pullbacks. So when you get those higher lows, that is the first step that I see of it's weird. They're saying buy to Steph. I don't see Steph's stuff in chat here. Interesting. EV Mux, I think, has hidden Steph from me. Now I need to go over the stream to see if we've been ignoring Steph. I was about to say I hadn't seen Steph in weeks.
Yeah, did Steph get the band?
Well, if the other people in chat can see him, trade the pool.
Later, Steph. I loved it. We're like, where are you at, Steph? We don't see you.
No, I don't see it in the YouTube chat either.
Yeah, I don't see it either. All right, guys, just to mention tonight what you want to be watching, right? So in NVIDIA, the number one thing that I'll give you guys, and I always give you guys something to look for, something specific in the earnings. Did the Q1 revenue exceed 800 million there? It's 80.5 billion is the expectation. So look for that 80.5 or higher on the Q1 revenue. Why? Because that really starts to push the line on revenue, right? That's what you want to see here. Margins above 74.8. That's the sell side consensus. So you want to see it above that. Official guidance is 75, but if we could see like 75.3, that could be the nice push there. And then guidance, of course, above the guidance. The sell side is 66 billion for Q2. And the Q3 revenue guidance that I'll be looking for is around 90 billion. I love this. It really does a good way of looking into sell side analysis, buy, right? The analysis that's out there, and also the estimates that are out there, a combination, right? And don't forget that that NVIDIA is 8% of the S&P 500.
That's why, I haven't gotten the comment yet, but I thought you get the who cares comment at some point, but that's why everyone cares, is because it's 8% and it's also the biggest semiconductor. So let's say all the other semiconductors move in sympathy with it. Well, now you're talking 15-20% of the market is, oh, we have a guest. We have someone on. We've done it. All right. Yeah, and just pop them on whenever they're good. Are you taking this one, Mitch? Is that
or are you
set up?
I'm trying to find out.
And I don't, I've got the account up here, so I can push some buttons if we need to. But yeah, so someone was asking, again, not a dumb question, is saying, what's a high or low? No dumb questions, right? We're here to commentate on what's happening in the market, but also to educate. And it's the simple premise that, right, the market doesn't move in straight lines. It moves in, zigzags. It flops around. And the premise of every technical pattern that exists, for everything, right? Every technical pattern, support, resistance, trend, whatever, is just literally looking at these turning points, these highs and these lows. So if you have, every time the stock bounces, it can't make a higher high. So for example, this high is higher than this high. So when we rallied here, we couldn't even overtake this old high. It just means that sellers are coming in at a more aggressive price. And that's what creates a downtrend, is that, the thing bounces. AMC, I think, is probably the perfect example of this. Even though AMC gets these, big spikes, so it went from 90 cents to $1.80, so a double here. But if you zoom out, every one of these spikes, people sell before the spike before it. They keep dumping out before the spike before it. This is what creates a downtrend, is that the guy who bought at 20, when it spikes back up to like 12, he's like, oh, get me out of this trade. And then when the guy who bought at 12, when it spikes up to 5, he's like, oh my God, get me out of this trade, and so on. And that creates a downtrend. Conversely, if you look at like something in a great uptrend right now, like an SNDK or whatever, every time it pulls back, people are buying it at higher and higher prices. And that's what creates these bottoms, is, right? SNDK came down here in March, and then people bought it. And so far, SNDK came down here in May, and people bought it at a way higher price. They're willing to pay double on this pullback than they were on this pullback. And that's what creates lower lows and lower highs. And that's what creates trends. And really, if you think about it, a triangle, a wedge, triangle, wedges, head and shoulders, cup and handles, they're really just tracking these, where the lows and the highs exist on the chart. And that is kind of like the core of technical analysis, is looking at when did buyers overwhelm sellers and when did sellers overwhelm buyers. And that is like the main premise and the core of what we're doing, right? Oh, I see down there. So I guess I am going to be competing. So I'm just going to grab the high-low list. Wait, gainers and losers. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to look at the biggest gainer out there, which is good, because if we're going to do something later, I only do have the 10 minutes. So we're going to have to pop on, because I do have to get in the car and get going to driving down to the old hospital. So if we're good in the next few minutes, I'm good to go. If not, I'll have to patch it on to Mitch there.
All right. Well, we will find out if we are good or not in a second here. I will do the wrap up, at least for my side of things here. I'll bring up my screen here in just a second. And then we can just start the, at least wrap on my side here. And then we'll find out where we're going. All right, guys. So just to wrap up, I still have those trades. I did sell the AVGO to get into some MSOS. I just didn't have the buying power to stay in there with all of it. So I just sold it, because it was like the one that was just not getting the fastest beta. But it's still looking great. If you guys are looking for that trade, I still have exposure with AMD, right? And different trades on. So what I did was I trimmed a weed. Essentially, it wasn't a weed. It was just a slow growing plant. So I cut that one, and we're going to try to take a little position at MSOS to look for a longer term hold, because I don't want to hold all three of these overnight, right? Holding AVGO, AMD overnight just opens me up to massive risk. I would love to sell the rips on these today and hold CEG and MSOS, right? I could hold those overnight. I don't want to be stuck in some other ones. But it looks like we have our competition, and it looks like we're getting to it. So I'm excited to get to the action here, guys. We'll be starting up in just a second here, but I'm hearing even some audio coming in here. So it might be a little bit of a quick battle, but we can just do a quick little trade here, see how it goes, I guess.
Let's see, we're starting to get set up here. Q's continuing to push. If we go here into highs, QQ, right, continuing to grind. We had that little calm down after we broke the pre-market high. We're able to hold in there. Take a look at the SPY. Same thing, right? We hit the highs, we pull back, we hit the highs again, we rested, and now it looks like we're grinding higher. Here. So you have your
We'll see what happens here with the competition, having some issues too. So it's 11, and it came faster than we thought today.
It did.
So
we may need to
looks like
circle
we had a
back
little
on
bit
this
of some
one.
issues. Yeah, we'll kind of work out the kinks here. I'm thinking that we stay with our person right here. We work with them to get them set up, and then we set this
Yes.
up for tomorrow. And this is
Have
going to be
rigged.
the person that competes, because this is the person that was active in the chat. That's what I love. So definitely we found somebody that wants to compete with us. Having some issues, I think, getting set up in the background. But I think what we'll do here is try this again tomorrow and nail it down, right? So we'll nail down this situation here. We'll nail down the specifics of how we're going to move forward here, guys. Like always.
And then we'll have the time to do the two, right?
Yeah.
So we'll,
exactly.
we gave it our all. If the winner can come back, tomorrow we'll get everything kind of sorted out. Maybe today off stream, get it all rigged up tomorrow. Make sure you're joining to the earnings stream. It's going to be a big one, right? Again, if I can make it back from where I'm going in time, then I'll be here as well. Jane will be here. We got Steve. We got a whole crew coming on, because this is kind of like the celebration of right, the wrapping up of all of the earnings that have taken place, and it wraps up with the biggest company in the world, the most important company in the world right now, at least. So make sure you're coming and tune in for that. But I appreciate everyone for coming out. Again, sorry for any bugs and delays, but we're working it all out on the fly there, and we'll give it another shot tomorrow. Talk to you guys soon.
Talk to you guys soon. Take care, guys.
Let's try again. Now it's moving. Apologies, guys. I think I was moving. But let's talk about what we saw in the morning on SPY here. It is Steve Tileman here with TradePool. We're going to do a lunchtime review here. Apologies there. What I was saying was that this was a tough session to trade in the morning here. Not an easy one at all. We're going to mark out the morning 15-minute opening range. And let me show you what they did. You had, right here was the high. So at 15 minutes in, this was the range we set. We immediately try to sweep it above. Strong candle, high volume, but no follow through. The next candle just got smashed straight down. And in reality, it turned out they were swiping liquidity from this first 15-minute range. This is why I've been working on not trading these 15-minute ones and working on just focusing on the half-hour flip, because this one really told the tale of the tape. And after some back testing, I found out, that is, backed up by statistics there. So I'm going to be focusing on these half-hour ones in our trading sessions going forward even more, because look what they did. It was tricky. They ran this one too, but again, just like on this side, no follow-through. Immediate response showing that this was a failed auction below that opening range. So on the failed move down, we can expect a retest of at least VWAP. And this was a very, very explosive move. We got the sweep of the morning range, consolidated there, and started just riding these moving averages on up. So after big volatility, you got to let it settle just a little bit. There will be some pullback, but that can often be a great opportunity if you really believe in this move, if they've already secured the liquidity, both to this side and to this side. And then you get the move, then you can trust it more. So great push there. Great look into these moving averages, and then it's just a surfing on up until we get another headline, and boom. That's probably going to be the high of the day, and we are seeing some downside action here as profit takers step in, because you know what we got later, guys? We have Nvidia earnings. It's going to be a day. It's going to be a day. Let's start there, and then we'll get into the details. In SPY here, we do want to watch this level. Right here, as we start to fade just a little bit, we want to watch and see if we're going to engulf this big candle. If we do, we can come on back down and test that opening range. These high volume nodes right here should be areas where we can kind of consolidate around and look to back test and hold. But if we do lose these, we got to consider the possibility of maybe some front running into bad Nvidia earnings. I don't know. Let's find out. So RDW continuing to look constructive here. Did not quite get filled on our ad, but hopefully we get one more red candle here coming in. That'll get us in there. SPY still holding pretty strong. And as long as it's over 7,400 on SPX, I think that it's going to be all right. Hey, Balance and Balance, how you doing? We have Pops Mafia in the chat too. Yeah, he's saying he doesn't want to trade in the first 20 minutes, and I would definitely agree with that. Sometimes I do, but it's always a really quick scalp. Always a really quick scalp, because basically you can't trust anything. So if you get a couple green candles, like 3 big green candles in a row, I say just take the money and run. 3 big green candles, this is a great time to just say, hey, my contract just went up a lot. My lot, if I'm in a bunch of shares, that's a decent little 3-minute gain, and probably good to just expect some pullbacks after any big move in the first 20 minutes, first 30 minutes. And guys, I think we have a guest. There he is. What's up, Josh?
What's up, brother?
Hey. Just going over that wicked morning session on SPY. It was not a fun one. How you doing? How was small cap land?
It was always good. I mean, you got left over on Ruby on the short down from it, and then got some MWC. So Ruby just kept dumping on down through today. And then MWC actually took a pre-market trade that I held through the opening bell and got the squeeze at the bell. So I got in right before the opening bell squeeze and took that from the 1084 entry. Exit was 1379.
1084 to 1379. Very nice. So let's see. I see. Okay, playing this breakout and pretty nice trade there. Do you think this one is setting up again? I like this kind of basing out look. It'd be nice if it was the bottom of a W.
I am watching. Yeah, I'm watching it. Watching that. HCWB it's kind of did the same sort of thing in market. Never and it didn't get round two. So we had MWC had 2 rounds, a bigger one, which you could scroll back to. MWC had 26 in pre-market. So MWC maybe makes a W shape and maybe makes that secondary run. And then then HCWB here has made its first run, and maybe possibly round two is coming.
I like it. I like it. I'm seeing this nice volume shelf that it's trying to just consolidate and push on up from. I'd like another little pullback, maybe into this low volume node. I don't know. Maybe, huh? It's tough. It looks pretty good, but I just would like it a little bit lower. I think if I could undercut this volume shelf and then get pulled back up through it, that'd be pretty good. What are you looking for here?
I really wanted to bounce earlier at the 215, 220 mark, and it never came down until after I left the office. And it finally came all the way down, actually like 185. And now, yeah. And so it's like you were saying, you're like, where do I want to get in at? So it's kind of like, yeah, I don't think I'd want to get in here, but it was like MWC this morning where I saw the breakout coming, and of course the high volume that poured in right there before the opening bell. So I just said, hey, I'm going to get in. I just went in smaller and said, hey, I'm not I'm going to risk a little bit to maybe get the squeeze up. And I thought we were actually going to squeeze for more because we halted up at 1350 or 60 or something like that and did MWC. So I thought we were really about to go Banana Joe's, but did not, unfortunately. And she came right back on down. But still, after that, we got HCWB in market to go pretty Banana Joe. So we're getting some life here. Pre-market was really lackluster other than that MWC move. That was literally the only thing moving in pre-market for the most part. And then afterward, we had HCWB really go on a tear and give us some fun there in market. So that's really the one still to keep, or those two, I should say, to keep on watch. And then there's Mr. Magoo. I don't know why, but MLGO. I don't know why MLGO, MLGO. I don't know why I just think of Mr. Magoo, but that's my Mr. Magoo, and he has popped in the past, and now it's the most recent mob winner, I would say. And again, something we weren't looking at in pre-market a lot, like HCWB is the theme. We talk about this Monday. We talked about it yesterday when I'm on here with you guys. The theme of the small cap space is small. There's some movement here and there in pre-market, and then those plays you're looking at in pre-market, they just don't do much in market, usually most of the time, and especially at this point in the day, you're just not looking at them anymore. It's plays like HWB, it's plays like MLGO, plays you were not looking at in pre-market. Now you are looking at them. And another slow and steady mover. I'll go one more on the board for everybody. It's QUCY. So QUCY is another one. QC, we've been looking at QC. I've traded it a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken. So that's still on watch. So those would be my top four if you're looking at for small caps and some decent movement. I'm sure there might be a couple others out there. But those would be my top four for movement here into the lunch recap, my friend, with Mr. Steve the Chief, or on a bad day for you, Steve the Crowbar.
Oh, I'm here
and then
for
I'm
it.
just
Dude,
waiting for at some point someone to go and what's up, Tack? How we doing? D Ryder, anyone else in chat? Mr. Balance, Imbalance, Pops Mafia. Wow, love it. Love it, love it, love it. I don't want to make a trade in the first 20 minutes. Yeah, that's something too. I don't know if that was coming from you or myself, but it could have been from you, but either way, myself and my trade. Yeah, I've said this, and I haven't seen you in chat much, Mr. Pops Mafia, but if you haven't heard my spiel, and it seems like I'll talk about it all the time, and I know I did yesterday more in length, was my journey early on, and the main part of it, when I first started trading. I realized when I first started tracking and journaling, I sucked in the first 30 minutes. I didn't trade pre-market, didn't want to try to. I knew I had to be all limit orders, and that was going to be a little tougher for me as far as getting out. I didn't want to have to worry about that. I was like, let me just try to get in market down first. Let me see if I can get this down. And so then I just tracked and journaled and just did a big study, essentially, of my trades and realized I was good 30 minutes after the opening bell and waiting for plays to come back to me and taking bounce plays. And so that's like, let's just do this. Let's just do this over and over and over. And then sure enough, I was like, oh, wow, I'm actually really good at this. And it makes my my nerve, I don't have a huge, I'm not nervous, my nerves and my emotions aren't going crazy in those type of trades or setups. So that was another key thing that I, thought of, like, oh yeah, you're not also sweating bullets in this. Joe, Mr. Florida Joe, what is up? How are we doing? And earlier on, Snow just wants all the shows every day, all day. Snow's like, where's my J&J show? Oh man, Snow, we need to get like a schedule in the description and just tell people, and I'll have them like or maybe even at the bottom. I don't know. Joe, do you know? Maybe Steve, I know at the bottom you can tag like we have that trading, trade the pool. It says one-on-one trading battle. I wish we could tag like 3 or 4 things at the bottom of our YouTube stream, so it was like it could be like earnings challenge, Discord link, that or whatever, or that right there would be another good thing. Our schedule, or whatever it might be. But that would be good though, because I know a lot of people are always like, what they want your lunch recap every day during the earnings season.
Absolutely. Sorry. We got some shaken and some bacon here. I'm liking the setups. We're seeing Nvidia, SPY, everything popping, everything that's a high beta here. So I'm going to be adding into this just a little bit because I think we have a pretty easy little pop here, and I just want to add the bit that I'm going to take off as soon as we clean the sweep here. So just wanted to let you all know that I'm seeing some action here into a 15-minute flip. But yeah, in terms of the banners, I think we can change those in you see the right tab there that says banners. We can create a new one, but I'm not sure if I trust myself to do that.
Yeah,
live.
no, yeah, exactly. No, don't worry, it's coming. It's coming. We're gonna start doing I want to get some of that stuff going for us. So I'll do some of the stuff that I'll be bringing up, and that stuff for sure would be key for traders so they know. Yeah, all those little small things.
Speaking
we
of
got you
small
covered.
things, who do we got joining us on stream there? Who's on your lap?
My name's Darla. I was trying to do like what's the pup though? What is it called? My ventriloquist anyway. But her name is Darla. This is Darla. Say hi, Darla. How are we doing?
Oh.
She says I'm doing pretty good. I'm really, really small. So you can see compared to my head, she's a really little girl. She's our smallest dog. She weighs about 4 pounds, 5 pounds, something like that. She's like, I don't talk about my weight, Dad, on the live stream. Are you doing that to me? How dare you to this young lady?
Come on, man. Very cute.
She came. Mom went to run errands, so she does that sometimes. Well, she did that, if you remember, on Monday. And so when Mom's gone, all of them come to Pop and go, "Where's Mom?" Like, here's the other one who wants to get up here and say hi. His name is Emilio, and so got a long-haired Chihuahua and a short-haired Chihuahua. So we got 2 little minions.
There you go. And let me guess. They have outsized personalities in the house, right? They hold it down, I'm assuming.
These 2 do. Domino are one of our great, and I'd say no, they're really. I'd say our Danes, for whatever reason, our Danes are really, these Danes we have now are so needy. But yeah, Darla for the most part is she's had that attitude, and Avery wanted it. She kind of has that like get off me or get off my bed, or like I'm the stud, or I'm the stud muffin, but I'm the the queen of the house, and yeah, she pretty much can do what she wants to. It's funny because the cats, sometimes I hear cats like our cats are like dogs now, so they don't rule the house at all. Like some people have, I guess, cats and dogs, and they all bow down to the cats. Like, no, my dogs are like want to play with the cats, and the cats are like sometimes they're like this one that's rubbing on me right now, Doc, that I always talk about. This guy will lay on half the dog. So if he gets the chance, he doesn't. He's like, I don't want to be on camera, Dad. He'll lay on the dogs, and especially Petey, our pit bull back here. So the white guy right here that he's barely blending, but I'm pointing right at him. Not you, Domino, but the white one that's curled up with the black one. But the white one, that he will lay with him and on him, and Petey just lets him. Petey's a pit bull off the streets of Dallas, and yeah, you got a pit bull off the streets and a cat off the streets of Dallas, and I love it. Love it. Bounce and bounce. Were you expecting her to answer her? Yeah, right.
So I see a little level here. I haven't gotten to take a trade yet today, so I am getting in the QCY just with 25 shares. I think that this might be one of these undercuts into this level that seems to be holding the bottom of the volume shelf. I think odds are pretty good that I can run a little bitty stop and potentially get a little bit of a move here. We will see. But mostly, I was just antsy because I saw some big moves in the morning, did not play any of them, and it seems like it's scalper's paradise out there. So we gotta put some on the table here, Josh. Putting my stop under where I would expect it might reach down, if I'm wrong, into one of your bounce levels. But either way, I'm seeing moves starting to try to stick here on SPY, on Nvidia in particular for the larger cap stuff. So keeping an eye on that as well as the space sector for me.
Well, first thing I thought of when you said, I just thought of, I don't know why, but was going to sing you a song, and it usually goes Gangsta's Paradise, but we're going to remix it to Weird Al stock trading. And I usually say Shorter's Paradise, but we've been living most our lives living in a scalper's paradise. And there you go, Steve. Scalper paradise.
Gotta watch those, rules because we don't want to get dinged. We got SPY. I think this is really strong. This is looking really powerful, and I'd like to see the follow through. So we are going to see how that looks. I'm trying to pull something up. Sorry, guys. We're going to get there. Oh, yes, I can alt tab.
Yeah, we got to get over that 40 handle there. If we can get back over 40 and confirm over it, she's been struggling over the past, 45, 30 minutes with that 40 mark. Earlier it failed at it. So it's still, if it gets back over that, maybe watch for a new high or low pattern to form in. We get to new high a day area, at least back up to that massive upper shadow wicket. Close to 742.42. Yeah, it seems like it was just yesterday. The SPY was at 242 when I first started trading. 742. I wish I could go back and go, any person, Price is Right type stuff that we do on here, what people would have thought of in, like, say, 2018, 2019, somewhere in there, 2017, whenever the heck we were still in the 200s. Say, hey, start of 2026, what is the price that we're looking to break out of? What whole round number? And then have like 4 up there. 400, 500, 600, or 700. What's your answer? I wondered how many would have said 700 because, man, that's crazy.
It's always wild to think about that. Like, how could you even possibly predict where we're going to be in 100 years? I mean, even 5 years, Josh, it's so crazy with all of the advancements in space and AI, of course. I think we're going to be seeing some wild stuff in the not so near future that when we were kids, we couldn't even dream of, some like jets and stuff.
I'm just glad, luckily, I'm just glad we got to live like we've talked about so often, reverting back to the 90s. And of course, I got some 80s, so I got to, that carryover into the 90s. So essentially, early 90s were, had a lot of 80s stuff still around, right? Like I was still playing regular Nintendo in somewhere in the 90s and loving it, and all those arcade games from the 90s, still playing those into the 90s, and then of course playing the new 90s games. But yeah, that era, and then just going out to down the street, no phone, no nothing, and just having fun, and not worrying about who you talk to and having that just a real enjoying life, and so I'm glad we got to experience that, because this is definitely, we're in that last bit of era where I just don't know if it'll ever be that way or close to it ever again. So thank you to being born in 84, my friend.
Josh, you want to see something tragic? It's just one of these days. I woke up with a big old crick in my neck. Nothing seems to be going right. They tagged me to the penny. I don't know why I'm so antsy. No. I don't know why I'm so antsy, because I was saying this could come down and do a Josh thing if I'm wrong. Yeah. And it did the Josh thing, just a few pennies. I should have either given it more room. I should have just had the entry in here and not felt like I needed to get in this. So that is definitely a sign, because I think anybody long QUCY, it's probably going to the moon now that it's got rid of me. So that's just one of those things. I'm going to stick to what I know, Josh. I think this RDW is going to be my setup. That one is working. So
we going long on RDW?
I'm long from the break of 1430, which is a decent level that I've been watching over the past couple days here, pushing up off the bigger volume shelf, the bigger level of 14 after a few days of consolidation. I'll pull that up.
Sweet.
To show y'all. Yeah, Josh, I still think the space sector is the place to be for this momentum into the SpaceX launch. I mean, we've got like 27 days left, and there's a lot of room.
100%, 100%. And then of course, just add in, obviously that's the newer space. I still think obviously your tech semiconductor chip, whatever you want to call it. I mean, ARM today with the skyrocket up to the 260, or it's AMD to like it's still, just like it's back on up to 450, like it never even saw a micro pullback. And so, yeah, I mean, I wish I would just think about that. Just going back to like that's another one. Even last year when I have buddies in, thank gosh they're holding, but they're mostly out. They're just kind of like those forever shares, and I'm going, man, tell myself last April that we're at 80 now, but I promise you before the end of next May, you'll see 450. Hell, we still got a few days left in May. We might even see 500. And I would have said, huh? We're going to see what by when? Yeah, count me in, Jerry. Gosh, what a move. And that has that kind of bull flaggy look to it overall, where it could still squeeze here and get that next maybe rocket leg up here. That's awesome.
Absolutely. And you know what? So right now I'm looking for some of the laggards, some of these semiconductor names that still have some room.
Yeah.
I know that you're going to see Intel. well.
There's Caesar. That's Caesar's play. I mean, no, we've had Caesar on the Friday night stream. We've talked to him. And by the way, Mr. Caesar is going to be probably streaming live with the Fivers. So I've gotten him and Alejandro. Yeah, so him and Alejandra looking to be joining the Fivers stream soon. So getting on the studs and studettes. And yeah, he's been on that since whatever for the longest time. Well, now here's another for the longest time. And there you go. Intel, beautiful, great. Yeah, I mean that still has room to go up, and you're not having to pay $400 a share, maybe at least yet. If you know what I'm saying.
This was my best play, maybe ever. I didn't hold it long enough, so that's why it's not my best play ever. But I did get in at 24.
Best entry ever. That could be best entry ever so far.
There we go. And very good trim entries, but then I just ran out of shares right about here before the real parabolic move.
That's what I say. Ran out of ammo. I love it. See, traders, all the traders I work with that are over here, I hope that was just like goosebumps going like, oh, that sounds like Josh. You said ran out of shares. I would say I ran out of ammo. You're going to run out of ammo. That's what I do in all these trades. Like I'm in, Ruby in the sky with diamonds, aka not so fast. You're going down back to dirt. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to hold this as long as I can, and scale out as it goes until I run out of ammo, source share, so to speak, right? So that's lovely there, Steve. And that's what happens. Eventually you do, and you go, well, dang it, I'm out. It's like a video game. Back to that in the arcade days when you're like, oh, no more quarters.
Yeah.
And you see the thing go,
bucket's empty.
9, 8, 7, and you're like, no. And in some of those games, you could like press the button to keep resetting it back to 10 over and over and over. Like, oh, give me more quarters. I think it was like Street Fighter. You could do that. There's a couple of those ones that you could like keep pressing one of the buttons until like, so give me some quarters. Hurry up. Yeah, Nigel, those were the good old days, man. Good old days. Good old days. But yeah, beautiful play here. What do you think this goes up to? I mean, I know Caesar has this, I wouldn't say to the moon, but what do we think here, Steve?
Dude, all I can say is we are so above and beyond most people's expectations. We're even above my expectations. When I was sitting there drawing out the Wyckoff chart, like months and months and months ago, back in whenever it was trading at $24, and I thought, oh, this is a solid long-term bottom. It wasn't even here. This was all at $40. It was last year down there. Anyways, all I can say now is that I got to play the most immediate range and just say, hey, until liquidity leaves the sector, the leaders in the space, like Intel, they get overbought, they pull back to moving averages, and they surf on up. See, the whole way up. They get overbought, come back to moving averages, boom, surf on up. And so all I'm seeing is a chance for people to get involved in Intel off a level where they can manage risk, off this 9 moving average, off this 21 moving average. Until these stop showing buyers on the leaders, this thing can just keep going and keep on fulfilling patterns to the upside. So right now we have this range from the high to the low there. I mean, first stop is sweep the highs. Maybe it tries to do a double top, but I think realistically, this thing can easily get to 150, 160 even before it really slows down if Nvidia has great earnings and we keep this train rolling. That being said, big if. How mean would it be if all of these semiconductor names closed? I mean, Intel showing a little bit of weakness here, but let's look at the SMH as a whole. How mean would it be if we closed somewhere around here and then Nvidia somehow, some way missed earnings and we saw a significant sell-off, this being just a rounded top, lower high, just kind of like a back test of this moving average in an overshoot. Not saying it happens, but just noting that, hey, you got to be careful into these big binary prints, and expectations are sky high. Still, realistically, Nvidia, what? The moon? I think it's going up, but
to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. Oh yeah, no, I think they can. Well, it's one of those things where I look back. You're looking at it now, going, should have got in, blah 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 blah. Should still be in. And like for myself, I'm like, I'll wait for a better pullback. And the next thing you know, it's AMD. It's up to 400. And you're going, oh, you're shaking your head. You're gonna shake my head. You're going like with with Intel or whatever. It's like boom, it makes one of those moves and then continues to go up. And so so that means AMD is going to, let's dare say 700.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It always seems ridiculous when we say these targets, but then they just kind of tend to wind up working their way towards there in a way that we don't predict, but we're just like, we see the potential. So for me, the potential here at this point is just another, I like these little ranges. It's a very clear like breakout. Okay, now we're in a new kind of regime, so to speak. I see this 490 to 500 being notable. This is kind of where it might go and then fade out and need to rebase more. Because I'm not saying it's like the best structure in the world, but it's not showing me sellers. We have a nice dry up of volume here. And now in the last 2 days, the biggest volume we're seeing is people getting in and pushing the stock back up and higher. So hey, why not? Let's say it's only like one crazy extension here to 600. Then maybe it comes back down. Maybe 500 turns into support over the next month or two. Maybe we push off from there.
Yeah.
We just can't call the top. So what I've done, and what my girlfriend's done, for example, is just sell half of this SMH. This just doubled in the past like month or so, and now if it gives us a nice pullback, then okay, sure, we can size back in. But for me, it's like a completely free rolled position that I'm planning on holding forever. The ARM, for example, I just got to keep trusting the process. Like, I didn't get my sell off. I have sold 0 ARM shares from 160, even after that crazy earnings and dump. I'm just like, hey, I think it's going up higher. I'm going to trust it now that I've gotten a good entry, So I think that as long as you're holding like just some of these long term, something that's going to kind of represent that hyper growth AI narrative play, whether it's semiconductors proper, whether it's more specific like photonics or memory, until those stop going straight up, you got to just be in the dip buy mode. And I'm saying, do as I say, not as I do, because I have very little memory anymore. I have 1 Micron share left. That's just taunting me now because I don't think it's going to go much lower anymore. But just having a little bit that's free rolled allows you to kind of just not worry about it, tuck it away, and then you look in a year or two and it's up way higher than anybody could ever expect.
Yeah, I'm still in at that 630 entry for long. That's long, obviously. That's more of a long term, like let's take this to the moon kind of thing. So got the good dip, still in it, and of course it came back down. Was thinking about adding back into it. I said, nah, I'm not in. I don't feel like I've done this long enough to feel like I'm gonna add in. And I should have. I could have added in on the dip because now we're right back on up into the 700s, and that potential there for. And then 800 is going to be key once we get back up to 800. How much we failed there, that 810, 815 area. So.
Oh man, Josh, you know what I'm seeing when I'm looking at this? I haven't looked at Micron on this account's chart since I drew these lines. So
I'll be right back. I'll be right back here.
Sure thing. I'll just show off to these guys here without Josh. So everybody, we were talking about Micron. I said, okay, these are the 2 levels I would be looking for a catch. Either it retests the breakout proper right here, or it comes back down and tests this 630 handle. So what I did is I split the difference. I said, I'm going to put my alerts at 650. And I really regret that because it came down to 652. And by the time I looked at it, because someone said, hey, look how strong memory is, it was up at 693 or so. And I was like, oh, well, darn. Still, probably should have just pulled the trigger there on the ad, back in. But now it's starting to basically just rebase. So this was a flag. It came up, came down, formed a higher low. And now it's allowed to try to test up higher. Can it? Well, that depends on Nvidia, whether it can follow through or not. But you know what? All you can do is say, hey, this is a logical pivot. We're going to back test it. It's a leading stock. If the market's not going down, it should catch here. It really can be as simple as that, I think, And the bears will try to big brain their way into, a valid thesis, but I don't think they're done yet, because if they were, it wouldn't act like this. And the market still seems very strong. So we'll see how what Nvidia has to say, but everybody's expecting a double beat. It just matters about how much they can exceed the whispers on the street, so to speak. Micron is also interesting. Josh, welcome back. What do you think about Micron here intraday? I think it's getting kind of tight.
Yeah, it's got a little W shape on it too. The right side's a little higher. Of course, you got to go to that hitch, that kind of neckline, as you always call it, at 26 area. So 726 into 727 to 8 is going to be some tough busy. But if we get through 728, I don't see how she doesn't get back to the open and set up right around 735. So you could get a nice good squeeze here coming up soon. We want to hold this higher low, so I just kind of always chill out. There's little ones yapping at other ones. I'd say 2250
by the way here.
Okay, like it, yeah. I say 2250 would be the main ground to hold for the higher low pattern to continue for this play to pop and rock. So, and speaking of MLGO, my Dr. Or Mr. Magoo here, MLGO for the small cap sector. Speaking of M plays, MLGO new high. So again, the really one small cap mover over this lunch so far is going to be and looks to continue to be is Mr. MLGO.
Wow. Yeah, that's a banger right there. QUCY still doing not a whole lot there. I think I'm going to bounce this off so we can keep an eye on the indices here. What was the other one you were watching? MWC?
MW, and yeah, she's flat. She's flat. HCWB was the other one, and HCWB was the other one.
Okay.
So I've got
flat.
I've got
good, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're waiting. It's just kind of the waiting game, you know. That's the thing about small caps, where you'll have your heat, and then there are times where you just have to sit back, especially with certain tickers. And they're like, hey, this is cooking. This is on the back burner. It's not done yet. You know, we still got to add some spices. We got onions going in just a little bit after I saute them. Then we'll maybe before it's done, we'll slice up some fresh cut serrano peppers to really get it spicy, and throw those on top so they're nice and crunchy, but keeping your mouth on fire.
I see it's that time of the stream, Josh. You're making me hungry. So I had a series of unfortunate events this morning, and the most tragic, I think, was right before stream, where with 10 minutes to spare, I went up and popped in my little breakfast sandwich into my air fryer. Apparently, I did not seat it correctly because I came back up 5 minutes later, hoping for a delectable little treat before stream. Nothing. It had not cooked. So that was a nice little kick in the shin there to start the day. So I appreciate you twisting the knife there. That's what I have to look forward to in 25 minutes. But until then, I think we're gonna get some moves to keep me busy here. A nice continuation on MLGO. Do you have a higher time frame target for that?
I'm on MLGO. No, that's exactly what I was about to get over to. Was go over, kind of start looking at that,
I
too,
see.
as well, because it's. Yeah, look at that. Yeah,
Yes.
right there. We've
Yeah,
just
yeah,
seen
yeah.
this play pop. We've just seen this play recently, and so I was like, when did we see it? Friday, pre-market from over from Thursday. So yeah, I've got a line in. Is this a forever line? Yeah, I've got a line in from February 21st, 2025, and this line is at 685, and of course that high that morning is 690. And this is what I always say, you know, keep those lines, and you find them to work over and over and over. So that could be the magnet here as I move up to that 690 area.
Yes, sir. I like that. There is a little bit of a volume shelf there at 679. So I just like the box, just because if I have just a line, I often find myself getting too like tunnel vision. Like it needs to transact this line. Well, maybe it's not strong enough to, but it'll probably transact this little volume node up here at least. And then also just the round number above it creates that little zone of interest for me from the 78 to the $7 handle there. So we'll definitely be watching that. RDW surging, Micron trying to surge. And let me see if SPY is going to lift off here. Sure trying. Nice.
Yeah, SPY look at that 740. Yeah, 740 here, holding here, looking for that pop up to 741 potentially. I would say if we hold that 740 marquee, and it's got a little bit of a W in it as well on the way up. The SPY does.
I'm trying to figure out, okay, there's the volume sitting there. I'm trying to figure out where my ad spots are as this thing moves up. I'm trying to catch the rising 9-minute moving average just because I only have a very small amount, and it kind of took off on me there before I could get in more. So using the 9 and the 21 there and these levels on the volume profile as well to kind of define my risk just a little bit. Still need to, of course, be careful of a bigger washout, but usually there's one bounce at the very, very least, and then you can say, okay, that's the new low, that's where I put my stop under, and that's usually my kind of go-to for this kind of setup as we climb out of potentially break out of a W here, which is what I'm hunting. We love these W patterns. They just keep showing up, so we keep playing them. Ain't that right, Josh?
W for the win. W for the win for sure. Nigel, exactly. Have patience because last week saw small. Exactly. You know it. That's the thing, and you have to have that in small caps. It's very hard to train your brain to just have to sit back and wait for things to come to you, or or the setups to form, or whatever it is. Like I always say, we're like meteorologists. Have to wait for all these things to come together for that winter storm to happen, or whatever it might be. Are you guys on the West Coast going through your awesome heat wave already? I don't know if you're out in that area, but geez, I see 90s all there, and then in Cali, I'm going, gee, we're not even there yet. We're cooler than you guys are, so.
Yeah, no, we got a toasty like low 80s, high 70s here, but I'm in San Francisco right by the water, so it's always a little bit chillier. Our summer months are mostly fog, we'll be honest. So, it's is what it is. Okay, I might be getting an entry here on MU pretty soon. Down a little more. Nope, big wick up. Oh no, I did get an ad. Awesome. Got one ad.
For MLGO, I do like the 550 area for an ad. I doubt it we get down to it though. It probably stays up high and maybe continues. But and also on top of this, we'll see. We had a little more extra movement today, so maybe possibly tomorrow we get some life back in the small caps. It's gotten really slow here over the last couple of days. But yeah, just look for that into tomorrow, in my opinion. Just hey, maybe we get a little something after we've had a few good moves. HDWB, MWC this morning in pre-market into the bell. Getting some MLGO and some movement with QC again even today. So got some life, a little life today, a little more life. Someone put the respirator on.
Why does SPY look like one of our small cap stocks to just rip?
Yeah, it does a little bit. Yeah.
I guess
give it to me.
But
well, I didn't have to. Yeah, well, I didn't have to hold up anything today, but just going back from yesterday when I always leave, Nas is always talking about, hey, hold it up from this area. If I go back and look, and I did, that's what I thought. So I said, hey, we're gonna hold last Tuesday's low. So I go back in time, and if I'm not mistaken, that was last Tuesday, right? Was like that. Yeah. So go back to last Tuesday, and I said yesterday on the stream as he was leaving, we'll hold that. And at that time, if you go back and look at yesterday when he left, that had created low of day, and I said we'll hold that. And then we come back in after hours and hold it yet again, which just blows my mind now looking at that. So hopefully now, because yesterday's Nas said, hey, had to take the hot dogs back out of the out of their soups, out of the mac and cheese. I love that as a kid, mac and cheese with some chopped up hot dog. That was a jam for me as a kid. Now, hopefully, Nas, if you're listening, you can add back the hot dogs, and I'll see where we're at tomorrow. And I'll see, well, have you added the hot dogs back yet? We're moving back on up in the 740s here. So, hey, if there's ever a stock you need to hold a certain price, now I'm almost undefeated on the SPY, so I don't know if that's going to translate elsewhere, Steve. So don't come if I don't hold a play up for you if it's outside SPY.
Quite possibly. I am now in risk defining or risk managing mode. Okay, so I'm trying to just get out of the ad that I took, because it's showing a little bit more weakness than I'd like. Also, just put a stop in on RDW, so none of these can hurt me too bad. In general, I'm just wondering how much they're going to give us before the earnings. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just watching this 740 right here. That's going to be the big level. Either this is really aggressive and we go rip, or we can kind of maybe oscillate around this 740 pivot. That's what I'm kind of looking for there. So because of that, hey, I'll try to get out at the moving average proper on the ad, because it does look pretty strong here. But RDW, not loving that candle. Looks like it tried to take off and just got popped a little bit. So defining my risk under.
Yeah, right back into that nasty. Yeah, that resistance though. If you just go back from last Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, there is a lot of failing going on right around the 14. I'd call it 1440-ish area up to about 1460. Just nasty in that area. And when we get through it, we get through it. And it pops. And so I would just pay attention to that too, as if you are trading this, and if you are looking for even a breakout. We've done it twice. We did it last Thursday in after hours, and then we broke through it Monday in pre-market, and we ran really well. And we're talking a point plus. So keep an eye on that when you do get through we'll just call it 1550-ish, 1560 area. And she's holding. She's not really. We're going to see some sell-offs. You get that nasty sell-off at the opening bell. Yesterday's high of day. Traders going to see that. I would say 1430-ish. That's got to hold. If they can hold that, this could still cook and move back on up. It breaks the higher low pattern at that point. That's the key. You don't want it to break the higher low pattern. So hold RDW in that area.
It's just so tempting for me, this big old base that it's building out here. When I look at the high time frame context of this massive potential cup and handle, it's basically This is what it's doing on the monthly. You can't see the price history on this chart, but essentially it went from its IPO price down into the like $1 range for years. Massive parabolic move, now breaking after consolidating and contracting the volatility here. So off of this volume shelf, this thing can fly really quickly to 2022. So pretty soon, Josh, I think it's going to start appearing on your small cap scanners. But you're right, it is not there yet. It's not quite ready to light that fuse. Micron, so far,
Come on, baby, light my fire.
so far we do have buyers showing up on Micron and SPY in general. So hey, I think that the trim was good, and I'm going to try to just add that little piece back off the moving average again. Still keeping the core position on from lower, but just trying to kind of play around these moving averages so I'm not just sitting in here watching money go up and then come back. You know, I should be a little more active in managing these.
It's all good.
It's
Hey,
easy for me to just kind of zone out, you know, when I'm just focusing on on hanging out, talking about the food that I'm going to eat, the trades that I'm going to take, and then remember, oh wait, I'm in a trade. I could manage this a little tighter. I can just not just hope for the best on some of these. So you know, just always got to put those stops in, just in case I do get
yeah, it's
distracted.
different.
But
Lunch for sure, yeah. A little different now versus, well, for me, I'm always like today I was, which is, I mean, if you think about this, go back to MWC. I am literally giving morning alerts. What time did I get in MWC? So I can go back to the morning alerts and I can see here. So morning alerts, MWC, where is it at? MWC, because I thought I labeled it. Yeah, small caps and MWC entry. So at 19 after I get on the board, so essentially 11 minutes before the opening bell, I say I'm going to get on. I'm going through morning alerts. I'm going QUCY, CNEY, and then I go over my entry with MWC, and I get large caps and start breaking those plays down. But I'm in morning. I have my live stream up, telling them I like this play. Right. I have my phone in front of me like this, doing my morning alerts, saying, "All right, guys." And so my live stream here, right? I'm talking to whatever, and then I'm looking at the chart over on my left hand over here, and just saying, "Hey," and then and so and then having to use limit orders to get in at the same time. So it's so different because I'm so like focused and honed in. There's no food. I mean, especially if you go back and rewatch my live stream, which I want to go back and actually watch that actually live. I need to start clipping these, making posts and make these trades. Was just how you just get honed to, like, all right, here's what my risk is, and we're breaking over this key level, yada yada yada, and this is what I'm looking for the move to. And it about got to my level where I wanted it to get to. Just thought it maybe would get more for us. But yeah, it's different when you're like honed in an opening bell. This trade's super serious. You got to monitor it like you're at the circus or the fair or whatever, the circus more like, but you're the tiger tamer out there, and you're the tiger act. They're not out there just like eating a sandwich on the phone, like, they are honed in on what they got to do so that tiger doesn't eat him.
I love that. Yeah, no, and it really is like that. If it's like a wild animal, if you turn your back on it, it'll take you out. It has no ifs and no
Yes.
qualms about that. No ifs, ands, or buts. It'll take you out
Right.
if that liquidity is there for the
Yeah.
taking. So you gotta wear your protective gear, I guess you can say, ahead of time, and not that's your stops.
Which is a
you
stop
gotta-
loss.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. So maybe the better analogy here is just stay out of the cage until you got an edge, you got your tranquilizer gun and everything ready to go. RDW is
What's
acting
his
right.
face? I would say, hold on. What's his name though in real life? Sean William Scott in the movie Old School. Remember, you remember that scene where
Yeah, classic.
Will Ferrell shoots himself. Yeah. He's, "You're awesome," whatever he says. Well, if you're that guy, you're ready to take out an elephant. By the way, your play, they're loving it. It's got that squeeze look to it, and we're doing good and cooking. Also, Mr. MLGO literally about tipped on my line there, which again is at 685. I've had that line in since February of 2025. February of 25. So we're talking a year. And 3 months ago, I got this line in from a day it must have had great support resistance that it must have built on February the 21st, 2025. Love it.
Man,
I love that
is
about
great.
Thinkorswim. You can go back and you can click on edit properties, and it lets you know what day you put it in and what time you put it in. So I put it in on the 21st February 2025 at 9:51 a.m. in 9 seconds.
That's awesome. Yeah, Thinkorswim's
Yeah.
great for that kind of thing. I love how this kind of ramp play. It's probably going to just put in one really impressive candle. If I were to guess, just off the way that this is curling up, it looks like it wants to just go straight, boom, into a topping pattern here. Well, not topping, but blow off, I should say, and then it can chill for a little bit.
Over. Yeah, my next resistance line I would have in would be probably right around the 740, 750 mark. So let's see if we do get that break to that area. Over that, then I have another line in, and it even shows it on the charting that makes sense that I'm looking at would be a move up to around the 830 mark. And that's kind of what Steve is saying here. This could kind of get that blow off move and really get nasty, but nasty for shorts, and squeeze those out and get a move to 750. Boop, 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 cuts back and ramps back and does what I call the slingshot. Comes back to 720, flies through up to 830 in a matter of like say 3, 4, 5 candles. When we're talking 1 minute candles. So shorts are when quick reversals here. So just be careful shorting the top here.
Yeah. Definitely don't assume that it's going to fade off of this level. It can just rebase and then pop on through. MU, by the way, so I'm just trusting the strength of this name, and I'm just buying it off this moving average as it kind of consolidates. And I took a few trims off too, just to make sure that I can stay in the pocket for this pop, little pop right here. And now I should probably trim just a little bit more as well, once it gets this mitigation block here, but I do assume it should go a little bit higher now. There we go, got the trim, locked the trade in, and the stop loss goes under that bottom wick now. So feeling better about this one.
Yep, holding that 2250 mark we were talking about there, and of course then your RDW, I said 1430 was hold zone for me, and it's holding even higher than that now, which is great. Looking to pop here possibly to new high of day any moment now. I'm checking that level too. Got a bid or got someone on the ask that we're eating through. So if we eat through this ask at 58.59, some bigger orders trying to come in here. I'm checking out that level too now. Wanting to pop there. There's new high of day though at 1460, at least a cent higher than what we had earlier. Margo, will you do that? Margo.
I'll take it. That's all I needed to fill. So I got my first trim off on RDW. Stop is now right under break even, and essentially break even because, I just locked some in. So very, very worst case, that is all fine with me. Same kind of situation with Micron here. We are above my cost basis nicely. I did lock in on the surge candle there at the logical pivot, and I just got an alert on TradingView that RDW broke another of my alert levels there. So loving that action. And I want to trim more into 15. Also have some options on this guy, so that always feels good. Especially when I missed the morning ripper. Let's see. Yeah, Micron still looking very constructive to me. I like this.
That ARM?
What was that? ARM going crazy?
I'm telling you, RDW. I said. Oh no! I said when you said you missed the morning ripper, I didn't know which one you were referring to. I said you mean ARM? Yeah. I didn't know which one I missed.
No, just SPY. I was looking at options premiums and they just ballooned. So I was like, oh, that was a banger that I did not participate in. Yeah. But hey, I didn't also get stopped out because I did see they stopped both sides of the 15-minute orb there. So it was pretty brutal if you weren't diligent in your risk management. So RDW here, speaking of being diligent in my risk management, I see a big bottom wick right before a surge, and that's right where my cost basis is too. So logical place to put it. So now the risk is completely free-rolled, and I've already locked in a little bit. So now I can let this trade work with the confidence that if it loses this, it is probably going to take a while to rebase, and I'll get another chance to buy it and accumulate off probably like this 14 level. So that's gonna quell the FOMO here. Same with Micron. If it comes and sweeps me out here, roughly break even on that trade as well. So I will be able to sleep at night. That's the worst, Josh, when you're just like, losing money sucks, but not liking how you handled a trade. That makes you feel so much worse. So yeah, that's what it's about for me.
Hey, it's like letting a game. You got to think about sports, letting a game slip away. Say you're up, we see too much in the NBA. You're up 17 in the fourth quarter, and you somehow lose the game. Or NFL, you're up, 14, even 17 in the fourth, which had happened to the Broncos. They had 7 or 8 fourth quarter comeback. It was tied the Chiefs last year overall from whatever it was comebacks, but fourth quarter anyway, like 8. It was a lot, one of the most ever, if not like the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs the year before in a lot, but it was a 3-week stretch, and I forgot it even was a 3-week stretch. But one of them was against the Giants. It was against 2 of them were against NFC East foes, the the Eagles and then the Giants. And the Giants, they were down, I'd say 28 or 26-8. So they were
I
down
remember that.
26-8. Yeah, and it was like they fought back, and then the Giants came back and somehow got the lead with the field goal. And I was like, well, all that comeback, and then he gave him too much time because they gave Dart. That was before Dart got hurt, and they gave him just a little too much time, and they got a field goal. And I'm like, well, and then two crazy passes from Knicks later. We're down in field goal range, and we won it with a last-second field goal. And I think we won 33-32 or 33. I forget 33 what it was, but something like that. Yeah, we were down 18 in the fourth. So you got my point, yeah. And so you got to imagine those coaches. And those are the coaches that get fired because they didn't manage that game the way they easily should have.
No, love it, love it. I'm just looking at Micron starting to
sorry,
stream.
no offense to Giants fans. Anyway, I didn't want to throw a shout out. I know you're wearing your New York hat today, even though just any. Sorry for Giants fans. Hey, at least you can always, as a Giants fan, say we beat Tom Brady twice in the Super Bowl. Like that's not many people can say that.
Very true. Something to write home about there. Micron, I'm about to get a little trim off here. Then I'm looking, going, why is this my trim? Oh, it's the middle of the W. I'm going to be brave. I just did take profit already, right under the middle. So that was my conservative one. 730 sitting right above. And I expect a little bit of a pop out of this W base because this is very constructive into it. RDW pushing the highs there. And it might get squeezy, guys. This one could really run the whole space sector. I'm going to start looking at some of the other space names.
So you just want to get out to at least where the satellites hang out, right? Like you don't want to get to the moon. You can't get there, but you can at least get to where the satellites orbit around, right?
What was that about satellites? Sorry. I'm getting long satellites right now. That's what I'm up to.
I know. I'm talking about, that's why I'm making a pun saying people in what do they always say in small caps? To the moon. You're not going to ever get to the moon, but that's what I tell traders. You can at least get to the satellites. That's a heck of a move off of the ground, Hey, getting to the top of the Empire State Building, that's a move. But if you get to the satellites, that's a TCGLs of the world that go from like 10 to 450 in a day.
Absolutely. No, sorry, Josh. I got sidetracked buying satellites, having my alarm go off, and you gotta bear with me. The puns are gonna go right over my head, just like I hope this rocket ship does. There we go. We looped it all back around. We got there. We landed it. I think ASTS is trying to backtest opening range and then give it a little higher low yeehaw and catch a ride on this space train that seems to be taking off here. So that's a little 5-share trade I'm going to be taking with a stop under that low just because I want to live a little, Josh. We've got some money in the pocket here from Micron starting to work, RDW starting to work, and I see SPY starting to try to catch.
Been working for you. Hey, she's been working. Let's just say what it is about RDW. She has been working that sweep down. I love that. My slingshot that I call hits that high of day, about 10, 15 minutes ago, whatever that is now, and then comes back, runs back down to around the 1440s, 30s, and woof, stops out all those shorts, ramping back up. A lot of people to add in that area like I talked about. And here she goes. I mean, great move here for lunch hours for RDW. Let's get it to the satellites, Steve. To the satellites, okay?
Come on, I deserve a win. They didn't pay me in the morning, and I'm feeling entitled. So because of that, I will raise my stop and make sure I walk away with something.
All right, I'm going to say long as it holds 14. I'm going to say long as it holds 1460, and obviously that's room to run for us and some maneuverability for us, some maneuverability. I have this up to 1510 Fridays pre-market high. I have this up to 1510 next. That's also the first resistance we failed at on Monday in pre-market, pretty close to it anyway. If we get through that, then we're soaking straight into Monday pre-market highs, maybe possibly that open at Monday's high, which would be the 1535, 1540 area. So it does seem like those two areas could be unlocked for you on the way up, my man. So good trade here. And it'd be one of those ones that, definitely through. I know we're about to be done with the for the day. We do have some big stuff coming up this afternoon, so better stick around. We have giveaways coming up. I bet we're doing 25K eval giveaways today. We're doing predict a price like always, so there's 5K evals we're giving away. So you better come back here for Power Hour after hours earnings. We start around 30 minutes before the opening or closing bell?
We are actually, I'm going to be starting at the normal power hour time, right when power hour starts. We're going to be just doing a little round the horn around the markets because there have been a lot of good trades going on today, and we have a lot to talk about there. So I'll be doing that for the first 30 minutes. Then everybody is welcome to come on in. You're obviously welcome anytime, but that I'm expecting people to come on in to the kind of round table that we'll have going. We're going to have a lot of friendly faces, a whole panel. And by the way, guys, Micron just take profit just hit. ASTS I added in. It looks like a higher low is starting to play out. And I think this one has room to run up to this 92. So that's what we'll be.
What we talking about?
Right about.
Yeah, over that. Over 2750, we're going to hit 30. We talked about that. Don't see how it doesn't. When I say 35, it's probably going to get to possibly now. So I think, you know, take profit into that, guys. But yeah, 35 is going to be the move up here. 735, I see that. Loving some NU. Obviously, that's my baby. RDW just gave you levels on that on the way up. Could even potentially see up close to 16 for the day. And your last one is Mr. Magoo, MLGO. MLG still hitting that. It's crazy how many times we're failing at that line I have in from freaking February of last year, and she's respected at 685 mark. So that's going to be on watch for me, and for you guys at least for small cap into power hour. That's the one I have high watch on, at least for now. We have former run could run too. You know, we've talked about them earlier, but that's the one I'd keep my eye on that could maybe spice more parabolic.
Love it, love it. Good stuff,
to
guys.
the satellites. To the satellites.
Not a bad day. Not a bad day at the office here.
Cool, Michael,
I was in a bad mood.
But Sterling. Oh, you're in a bad mood. Can't ever be in a bad mood at the end of the lunch recap. Can't happen.
I love it. I caught a few of the words in there.
Food,
you cut out a little bit, but I got the positivity. So I'm going to carry that in with me into the lunch hour here. Thanks, Josh. Anything else for these people?
Yep, you're good. Yay. Yeah, my internet today is just going in and out, having some internet issues. But if you can hear me now, great lunch hour. You can't lead the lunch hour. Yeah, after lunch hour with myself, talking food, talking video games or movies, which we know you still haven't seen Fifth Element. We kind of let it go at this point, Steve. We just let it go.
No. It's marinating. You know, I'm waiting for the perfect moment. And I'm just gonna let it meme for now. You know, I think I'd disappoint a few of you if I actually watch the darn thing. So we'll see if this is the weekend or if it'll be next. But it's coming.
All right.
So
love it.
Yeah,
stick around. Steve's gonna take a quick little. Yeah, I love it. No, we'll take the quick hour break. And Steve will be back an hour from now to start the power hour into after hour stream that we're gonna have covering NVDA. It will be a fun one. Stick around.
Yes, sir.